December 8th, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting to order. This is our last regular board meeting of the year for the Board of Supervisors. And in order to get the meeting started, I'm going to ask the clerk if he will please call the roll.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that all 5 supervisors are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. Additionally, before we begin, any members of the public that wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting, please review the instructions posted on the Clerk of the Board's webpage. I'll remind members of the public that have requested to speak to wait to dial into the meeting until the item is called. With that, I'll now call the roll. Supervisor Jacob?
Here.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Present.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Sure, here.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Here.
Chairman Cox?
Here. In order to get our proceedings started this morning, we first will have an invocation, and that invocation today is going to be given by Rabbi Benj Fried from Temple Emmanuel. Rabbi Fried, if you're available, we would love to hear your invocation at this time.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
May the eternal source of blessing bless this meeting of the San Diego Board of Supervisors. May all of our elected officials, their staffs, and all members of our county government be united in our shared mission to be of service to the people who entrusted them with the sacred obligations of leadership. Eternal One, in this time of profound challenge, this time of pandemic, this time of economic hardship, this time of spiritual crisis, help our leaders find the path forward with grace and dignity. Guide them towards actions and policies that will keep our community healthy and safe. Help them to understand the plights of those who are suffering from economic hardship and find ways to help those with the least in our midst to live lives of dignity and strength. Grant them the judgment and insight we all need to make hard decisions, and help them find the courage to make the correct choices between what is easy and what is right. Eternal One, in our time of fraught political tension, help our leaders come together in shared purpose and commitment to seeing the bigger picture. May the differences they have between them be a source of refinement and inspiration rather than a source of divisiveness. Help them to see the divine in everyone, and help us all to see those we disagree with not as adversaries, but as members of our community. May the work of this board that this board engages today be worthy of your blessing as our leaders strive to make our community and the world a better place. And together we say, Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Rabbi Fried, thank you very much for being with us this morning. We sincerely thank you and Temple Emmanuel for being a part of our program this morning. The Pledge of Allegiance will be given by myself, so I would ask you to please stand and join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, this morning we have no proclamations to present, but we do have a number of very special presentations that are going to take place this morning. And I'm going to start off with what is usually afforded as an opportunity for the chairman of the board to give kind of a recap for this past year of 2020. And as we all know, this has been a very unusual year. So I'll just get right into the summation of what's happened this past year. When I began as chairman of the Board of Supervisors this year, there certainly was a lot of excitement about the upcoming year and the accomplishments that we hoped to achieve. In my State of the County address, I outlined 5 major initiatives. First one was housing our youth. The Housing Our Youth program is going to provide housing vouchers for former foster youth and other homeless youth and pair them with wraparound services such as quality childcare, behavioral health, and workforce training. Second initiative was the Behavioral Health Impact Fund. Through a partnership with the County of San Diego and the City of San Diego, this fund uses a $25 million of former redevelopment agency funds that will serve as a catalyst for nonprofit organizations to make capital investments in facilities to provide more storefront services to the community. This item was brought forward by myself in partnership with Supervisor Nathan Fletcher. The third initiative was fostering academic success in education. This is a pilot program to get social workers and school districts in South County to provide on-site case coordination, planning, and team decision-making for former foster youth on school campuses to generate high academic achievement. The fourth initiative was focusing on renewable energy. While we consider our options for a community choice energy plan, I was proud to streamline the approval process along with our Vice Chairman, Jim Desmond, for renewable energy projects in the unincorporated areas of the county to jumpstart wind, solar, and other renewable projects. This actual proposal will be brought back tomorrow at our regular land use hearing for further consideration. And the fifth initiative was youth engagement and service, or as we called it, the YES program. As a former educator, I was excited to launch the YES initiative to include the perspectives of local youth on county boards and commissions so that they can help policies of the future. After all, we all realize that the youth of our community are going to be inheriting whatever we provide, and they ought to be a part of the decision-making process. Thanks to the hard work of my staff, the county staff, and certainly the support of my colleagues, which I deeply appreciate, we launched these initiatives, and I believe that they will help families throughout our region in the years ahead. But obviously, life as we know it changed dramatically in February when we declared a state of emergency in San Diego County in response to the global pandemic that had arrived here in our own backyard. I was reminded last week when I was on a National Association Board of Directors meeting that San Diego County was actually the first of 3,069 counties across the United States that declared a public health emergency. It's fair to say that 2020 has been the most trying and certainly difficult time for all of us that we've faced in this region and certainly that we have faced in our lifetimes. From the beginning, the county has moved aggressively to respond. We created a subcommittee of the Board of Supervisors, myself and Supervisor Nathan Fletcher. We declared a local emergency and began updating the community regularly through daily media briefings and a website dedicated to the coronavirus. Over the next several months, we took several bold actions to help the residents of our region. We provided funding to cities in our region that had been left out of the Federal CARES Act. We launched a T3 strategy to enhance our testing, tracing, and treatment. And we moved to develop testing sites in all areas of the regions, but especially in South County, that were particularly hard hit by the coronavirus. That included a groundbreaking proposal for a testing site at the U.S.-Mexico border at the San Ysidro Port of Entry. To my knowledge, that is the only testing site that is on the U.S.-Mexico border. We worked with our community partners, including health clinics and nonprofits, to do culturally competent outreach to people in neighborhoods that are harder to reach. Our businesses were suffering, and we approved 2 separate rounds of stimulus grant funding totaling more than $47 million to help businesses weather the storm. We provided relief assistance or rental assistance to residents who had lost income and were faced with being out on the streets. And we provided more funding for people who had lost income directly as a result of this pandemic. We provided a robust public information campaign with regular media briefings, websites, texting messaging, informational materials in multiple languages, and regular social media updates. And there's more, so much more. But you know, we aren't perfect at the County of San Diego. Perhaps we could have done things in a different manner than we did, but I have to tell you, I'm immensely proud of the work of our county staff in response to this pandemic. I would compare us to no other county in the country. Everyone has seen me and Supervisor Fletcher on a regular basis updating the public about the pandemic. But we were backed by a dedicated army of experts and professionals who worked countless hours and endured numerous sacrifices to keep this region safe. From our medical team, Dr. Wilma Wooten, Dr. Eric McDonald, Dr. Nikki Fentides, Dr. Liz Hernandez, to an army of people behind the scenes who oversaw the complex logistics of our medical response. They've undertook the massive task of securing the supplies our region needed and who worked to answer questions from our businesses and organizations about state restrictions. To our county employees who continued to serve the public under new and difficult circumstances, and many who took on new duties, assisting with contact tracing or helping people to find hotel rooms. To all of you, I say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for a job well done and a job that has to continue until we get a vaccine that is readily available to all the residents of San Diego County. You stepped up in our region's darkest hour, and I know you will continue to lead the way to daylight. Thank you for giving us all something to be proud of in this very difficult year. It has been my honor and pleasure to serve as your chairman of the Board of Supervisors during the 2020 year, a year like no other. But as it comes to a close, I know that there is going to be light at the end of the tunnel and that we will see this virus get behind us during the 2021 calendar year. Now I'd like to hand over the meeting to our Vice Chair, Supervisor Jim Desmond, who would like to make some comments.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And first off, thank you for your service as the chairman of our board this year. And needless to say, it's been a very challenging year, and I appreciate all of your time and effort as we've had to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, including the challenges of chairing virtual meetings such as this today. So thank you very much. But it's a bittersweet day as we begin today's meeting. It is the last regular hearing for 3 of our colleagues. I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to serve with each and every one of them. But I'm sad that, like all things, it must come to an end. I'd like to first of all express gratitude from our sheriff, Sheriff Gore, to our 3 supervisors as he could not attend today due to a family medical matter, but he wishes all of you well. I'm going to first off start off thanking Supervisor Kristen Gaspar. I want to thank you for all of your work throughout the past 4 years. You have always been passionate when it comes to local issues, and I admire your work ethic when it comes to fighting for your constituents. I want to thank you for working with me on SANDAG and fighting for a balanced transportation plan for all of San Diego County. And as chair and supervisor, you have been a great partner when it comes to helping those suffering from mental health issues and homelessness, not only in North County, but throughout all of the county. You were a tremendous ally in getting the Crisis Stabilization Unit and the Tri-City Hospital beds, psychiatric hospital beds, back online in North County, and that will prove to be vital over the coming years. But more than all of the people and groups that you've helped throughout your time on the board, the thing I will always remember about Supervisor Gaspar is you've always been a wonderful mom to your children. You were always there for your kids. You put in your time at the county, but then it was your family. Whether it came to practices or competition, you were always there, literally cheering on your kids. And that's what matters most. So I want to thank you for all of your help and hope that you will get to spend now even more time with your lovely family. Thank you very much for your time and service. To our other colleagues, other two colleagues, they have a combined 54 years as County Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Cox and Supervisor Jacob. The board was largely the same single unit for a quarter of a century. So this meeting marks the end of an era. And to kick it off, our CAO, Helen Robbins-Meyer, and staff created a video. So Helen, can we go to the video?
Today, we're announcing several county initiatives to take fire preparedness and protection to the next level.
We have the mass notification system, reverse 911 system. All of those are a part of an effort to make sure that our citizens in San Diego County have the best information we can provide in the most immediate time frame that we can.
It's about public safety. It's about keeping our neighborhoods safe and making sure that we have a facility that is state-of-the-art, that houses our deputies and provides them the tools to do their job. There's absolutely no question about it. Meth means death.
These kids have not only a high school diploma, but they have something I think that's even more important. They have a hope.
We are working side by side, and we are fighting like hell to slow this epidemic and give families help and hope.
San Diego is recognized nationally as kind of the model for where 211s are going to go across the United States. And I think you're going to see a lot of great things starting here in San Diego and then basically being emulated across the country.
This summit is a great chance for us to share ideas, learn new things, and I'm sure that each one of you here today have something to contribute.
I felt like actually finally someone was listening and I was getting some help.
To be some kind of a balance between environmental protection and economic growth, and we put together a plan to begin the development of this MSCP that you see here today that we are dedicating.
Jump lines, pump tracks, flow trails, it's got everything.
with the opening of this park, we are making history.
This is your county administration building. This is your park. Enjoy it. And we again thank everybody for being involved in putting this on.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my gosh, it's amazing. It's so big and there's like so much to do. Like everyone's active in it and anyone can do anything in here.
Today is like a landmark day. It's, you know, you just kind of want to jump up and down and say hallelujah.
We've got $25 million. Let's get that money out the door and let's get projects built as soon as we can. I think it's critical that we get this right and that we get it right the first time.
Well, that was wonderful. What a great video. We should start every meeting off with that to show all the possibilities and things that can be done here in San Diego County. Thank you to staff for putting that together, showing the great work of our two most senior supervisors in their last meetings today. That was wonderful. Chairman Cox, I know you've already had the opportunity to speak and say, would you like to say a few more words as a farewell?
Well, thank you, Vice Chairman Desmond. Yes, I would. I have to tell you that 26 years go by very, very fast. But having said that, I have to also have a caveat that this last year seems like it's taken forever. This has been a heck of a way to end 26 years, almost 26 years of service on this board. But in a way, it's almost coming full circle. When I joined the Board of Supervisors in 1995, our finances were in dire shape. We were very close to declaring bankruptcy. Our infrastructure was crumbling. Our employees had gone, I think it was like 5 years without pay raises, and morale had really cratered. But slowly and surely, our board began to right the ship. Today, our finances are strong. And those infamous budget reserves that we get criticized for, well, they are certainly what we're leaning on to get us through this very difficult year. Perhaps I can say this for the last time, at least coming from my lips, very proud of the fact that over these last number of years, the County of San Diego is only one of a handful of counties across the United States that can honestly say they have a AAA bond rating. Our county facilities are top-notch, energy efficient, and customer-friendly buildings, and we are constantly upgrading or replacing older structures to meet the needs of today. We have invested in our county parks, and I'm proud to have overseen the development of 3 regional parks in my district, and we will soon add a new community park in Lincoln Acres. We're building campgrounds out at the Otay Lake Park with the Boy Scouts. We're building a campground in the Tijuana River Valley that'll be soon completed, and improvements to our recently opened Bicycle Skills Park in the Sweetwater Valley, which has gained national acclaim. We're also building a Bicycle Skills Park in the Otay River Valley. And San Diego's great year-round weather made this the ideal place to develop a scenic bike path around San Diego Bay. The Bayshore Bikeway is nearing completion, and I'm proud to have championed its development well over the last several decades. But we need to nurture the mind and spirit, not just the body. So we've built libraries, 3 libraries in particular in my district, in Bonita, Imperial Beach, and Lincoln Acres. They have become the hub of the community where people gather for classes, meetings, and events. But we know that not all people are living well. That's why we've adopted our innovative Live Well San Diego vision to create healthy, safe, and thriving communities. It's been embraced throughout the region, and just last week, we welcomed our 500th Live Well partner. Now, later this morning, we're going to have an item recognizing the 10-year anniversary and the impact that Live Well has had on the citizens of San Diego County. I can tell you that in my role as president of the National Association of Counties, I was a strong advocate, as was Nick Mascione, in spreading the word about Live Well San Diego. We're very proud of the fact that such places as Jefferson County, Colorado, Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, where Pittsburgh is, Wake County, North Carolina, have all adopted and basically implemented the Live Well model that we have developed here in San Diego County. It's truly an umbrella that everybody can get under, because after all, who doesn't want to live longer and happier lives, not shorter and grumpier lives? Our seniors and our foster children are the most vulnerable members of our society, and I was proud to work with former Supervisor Ron Roberts on the creation of the San Pasqual Academy, the first residential education campus for foster children in the country. We streamlined adoptions, and together with Supervisor Nathan Fletcher, we improved our child welfare system. The Grandparents Raising Grandparents Initiative, the Grandparents Raising Grandchildren Initiative has helped communities and certainly has helped countless grandparents who were all of a sudden faced with raising their own grandchildren and navigating through a confusing set of laws and responsibilities that come with that. It's particularly noteworthy that in San Diego County, we have over 23,000 grandparents that are raising their own grandchildren or kinship care providers. And so having that level of support from the county, informing them about the programs and services that are available, hopefully to make their job a little bit easier, is extremely important. We all know that it's expensive to live in San Diego, and many people have great needs, so we improved access to the CalFresh food stamp program and Medi-Cal. And affordable housing, we know, is hard to find in the region. So with the leadership of Supervisor Diane Jacob, we flexed the county's financial muscle to create a housing innovation trust fund that has led to the construction of homes for families and disabled and veterans and severely mentally ill residents. Now, sometimes in government, you have an opportunity to create new programs and services. One of the things I will always be very proud of is the efforts that was done by a lot of people to create, without any question, the finest 211 call system in the United States. That has served us well not only to provide health and human service information, but it certainly has been indispensable during disasters such as the 2007 fires, and certainly even in this pandemic. 211 is one of our go-to partners that we rely on to get information out and to connect people to those services and programs that are out there and available for them. But it's not just about the facilities we've built and the projects we've developed. It's about the people whose lives we have touched. It's the pride and joy of watching foster youth who have been placed into our system, seeing them graduating from San Pasquale Academy to cheers and shouts of support from their family and friends. It's the excitement of leaders of community groups receiving much needed financial support from the County Employees Charitable Organization, or CECO, an organization that I and many, many county employees contribute to so that we can give back to the communities that we serve. And it's the incredible courage of two women, Melina Sellers and Maria Kiever, whose young sons were brutally murdered 2 decades earlier. We worked with them and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to build an outdoor activity center and memorial in Imperial Beach to honor the memory of Jonathan Sellers and Charlie Kiever. Those are some of the memories that I'll take with me. Lastly, let me take a moment to thank and recognize so many who have walked with me and supported me along the way. Being an elected official is hard, but it's even harder on your family. They have to put up with your repeated absences from family events, and even when you're there, you're not always there. You're buried in agendas, briefings, and reports and phone calls that come in and sometimes interrupt family get-togethers. To my wife, Cheryl, of almost 45 years next week, and my daughters, Elizabeth and Emily, thank you for your unending support and love. I love you all very much. To my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors, thank you for your collaboration and support. We may not have always agreed, but we were all determined to do our best to serve the people of this region. I'm excited about the dawning of a new day for our county, and I stand ready to support Supervisor-elect Nora Vargas as she takes the reins in early January. You know, an elected official is only as good as his staff, his or her staff. And I've been blessed over the years to have a hardworking, dedicated staff who has stuck with me through thick and thin, through good and bad, who have offered me wise counsel and on some occasions have even challenged me and who've kept me out of trouble. Well, for the most part. I want to thank my staff, both past and present, and special thanks to my longtime chief of staff, Ham O'Neill, who was with me for 23 years from practically the day that I was appointed in 1995 until 2017, and my current chief of staff, Danny Milgoza. Danny is going to walk out the doors with me on January 4th, but have no fear, he's got a job. He is actually going to be the chief of staff to the National Association of Counties and the chief strategy officer for NACO. Tremendous opportunity, and I'm very proud of Danny and his accomplishments. But we've got a lot of other staff that has worked with me through thick and thin. Luis Monteagudo has been with me, I believe, 14 years as my communications director. Does a fantastic job and usually tries to keep me out of trouble with the media. Sometimes I get into trouble, but it's not his fault. It's usually me saying something off the cuff that wasn't planned for. To Cheryl Cruz, who is actually going to be retiring on January 4th. Actually, December 31st, she wanted to retire before me, I think. But she's completing 35 years of service to the county of San Diego, both as my scheduler and as the scheduler to my predecessor, Brian Bilbray. Has done a fantastic job. Mary Lou Estrada has been with the County of San Diego for 26 years. Again, serving both former Supervisor Brian Bilbray and myself. Marvin Mayorga is a relatively new member of my staff who came in to fill a vacancy that happened earlier this year. Has done an outstanding job in monitoring different projects that we're working on. And Genevieve Fong, who's just come in more recently, who's focusing on a lot of the business stimulus grants and spent a lot of time on that. Andrea Piakas is our board chair's assistant. She has done an outstanding job during this pandemic year, and I just certainly wish her the best of all of her future endeavors. And Finley Stite, who has been an intern, has done a great job more recently. In addition to my personal staff, I have greatly benefited from the work of the county executive team, currently led by our Chief Administrative Officer, Helen Robbins-Zamar, and our County Counsel, Tom Montgomery. I cannot recognize them without also mentioning our former Chief Administrative Officer, Walt Eckert. As some of you may know, Walt has had some health issues. He's been battling cancer and has gone through chemotherapy treatments. And this weekend, I was ecstatic to see Walt's announcement that he is right now, free of cancer. That's great news at a time when we certainly needed good news. Let me also thank the thousands of county employees who are in the trenches every day working to serve the public. This year, they've had to adjust their work routines to circumstances created by this pandemic, and many have also taken on extra duties helping guide our pandemic response. Thank you for each and every day living up to our motto, the noblest motive is the public good. Lastly, my sincere thanks and appreciation to the residents of District 1. For over a quarter of a century, you have repeatedly put your faith and trust in me, and it's an honor that I never took for granted. I've done my best to represent you, and it's been a pleasure to be your supervisor. I said earlier this year at the State of the County that this old cowboy still has some fight in him. Well, it's time to ride off into the sunset. I'll still be around, still helping the County of San Diego in any way that I can, and certainly looking forward to having a little more time with my family. Thank you. God bless the County of San Diego, and God bless America. And with that, I want to thank Supervisor Desmond for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. Back to you, Jim.
Thank you very much, Greg. We appreciate all of your words, and just wondering, we are going to let Supervisor Jacob give her a farewell as well. But any other the supervisor would like to say some things to Greg on his way out?
Yes, Vice Chair, I would love to. Greg, you are proof that night skies don't always finish last. Over your course of the career in public service, you've been an advocate for South County, not only here in San Diego, but also at the state level as the president of the League of Cities and nationally as the president of the National Association of Counties. That's a really big deal. And it was at NACO that I had some of our fondest memories, especially watching you take the stage in Nashville, the lay around your neck from the member from Hawaii to deliver your vision for taking the 211 model national. It really was a pleasure to work with you. I'm gonna miss you, but you'll always be there with me, Greg, because I'm taking something home. I'm gonna turn on my camera here, and I'm gonna have this, I think, above my fireplace. This is the NACO signed poster of our chairman. Congratulations on an incredible career, Greg. It's been a real pleasure to be your colleague.
Thank you, Kristen. I sincerely appreciate it.
Supervisor Jacob, would you like to say some words?
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. I sure would. And Greg, looking at that video, the one thing that came to my mind is we have not changed a bit over the years. It's been a great pleasure working with you, and I thank you particularly for your leadership over what has been an unprecedented year and a very tough one at that. When I think about Greg, there was somebody that joked a few years ago, and there are 4 words that you'll never hear together about Greg Cox, and that's Greg Cox bar fight. And that is not a knock on the toughness of the Superman of the board floor. It's a compliment about, Greg, your temperament and your diplomatic nature. However, I do remember an occasion back in 2000 during the electricity crisis. You probably remember we all went to Sacramento. Electricity prices were skyrocketing, and we were up there to plead, beg with our legislators to help us out in San Diego to lower those electricity prices. And as uncharacteristic as it could ever be about Greg Cox, I'll never forget this moment. If you can imagine, we're outside one of the legislators' offices. We had TV cameras surrounding us as we came out. And one of the newsmen asked Greg particularly, so what kind of response did you get? Greg's answer was something like this: well, we came to Sacramento to get a handout, and all we got was the finger. And that was a moment in time that I will never forget, Greg, about you, and so uncharacteristic of your mild manner, your diplomacy, basically the peacemaker on the board. You're always armed with a yellow highlighter. There's a solution to be found. You will find it, and you will find it in that yellow highlighter. Greg is famous for that. But very seriously, there's a reason why Supervisor Cox has been untouchable. You've got more than one, I can see it. Has been untouchable in that South Bay district for over 25 years. He is, Greg, you are Mr. South Bay. You're deeply in touch with your constituents and your communities. You get into the weeds on a lot of projects, but you don't get lost in those weeds. But the end result is a legacy and projects and so many improvements in the district that have been outlined. Your leadership at the local, state, and federal level, I would say, is unprecedented. I'll miss working with you, but I know you'll be around, and I'm sure you, as I do, we take great pride in the accomplishments and the transformation that has occurred at the county over the last, at least, well, almost 25 years, almost 3 decades. So thank you, Greg, for your service.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you. Supervisor Fletcher, would you like to say some words?
Yeah, thank you. Public service means something, and a career dedicated towards helping other people really means something. As we go through an era where it's easy to, criticize a politician or this or that, the simple fact that you've been willing, Greg, every day of your life for the last many decades to get up with the spirit of service and with the heart of how do you make things better for the folks you represent, I think is something that should have a incredibly treasured role in our society. And it's not just the decades of service, but it is the attitude and approach. In politics, which can be tough and combative and difficult, there have to be some of those voices to try and smooth things over. Blessed be the peacemakers who are willing to come in and try and figure out, okay, now how might we actually put these pieces together, and how do we actually try and get something done? And I think for decades on end, you've done that and done that admirably. And I think you'll always be remembered as someone who brought a tremendous amount of class and grace and kindness to the job and the position. And I've certainly enjoyed working with you. It was day one on swearing in when we stood together to tackle the difficult, thorny issue of the migrant crisis with our asylum seekers. And obviously our efforts have continued through COVID. Every single day, doing the work on the subcommittee that no one sees, the hard, difficult work of just overwhelming projections of dire circumstances of what will come, the recognition that no matter what choice you make, it will be criticized and second guessed. But if you don't make that choice, the corresponding negative impact will be far greater. And you know, what was supposed to be an easy year out of the last year has probably been your most challenging. And I am certainly grateful that you're in the position you're in, and certainly grateful you've been the ally and partner, not just to me, but to the entire county. And your voice will be missed, your legacy will carry on. And I certainly know that you will always be around to be someone we can reach out to for advice and counsel as we try to carry this county government forward without you. So thank you for everything you've done, Greg.
Thank you, Nathan.
All right. Well, I also want to say thank you to you, Supervisor Cox, and for your last 26 years. And as chair and serving as your vice chair, it's been my honor, and I appreciate that effort. I appreciate working with you on other things. Even today, there's a renewable energy item that's on the agenda today, which was part of your vision when you came in as chair. And I'm glad to see that here on the agenda today. You've been a strong advocate for parks, for campgrounds, trails, bike lanes. I had the opportunity, I mentioned to you, I got to ride the Bayshore Bikeway all the way around, which you championed and worked decades on. I really appreciate, I was thinking of you the whole time, thinking, oh my gosh, this is great. You know, I was a little sore afterwards, but it was a great experience, and I appreciate your efforts. We also got to work together on the airport board. You know, when we were working, airplanes are my favorite subject, and we got to work with you there at the Airport Authority. Those were great. But because of you and previous board members and supervisors, and along with Supervisor Jacob, the county has been financially stable and able to continue to provide the services because of your commitment to fiscal discipline, setting up the county for success. And even today, during the pandemic response, we have the dollars to deal with the issues that we have today. Hopefully we don't get anything more. But you've always been a strong representative to our county, up and down the state, across the nation, as mentioned, at CSAC and at NACO. And so I want to say thank you very much. You have been the peacemaker, the level head throughout many years, and especially during the years that I've been able to serve with you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I wish you and your family very well in the future. So thank you so much for your time and effort.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah. Okay, well now, we'd like to offer the longest serving supervisor in the history of the county of San Diego. Jacob, would you like to say a few words?
I would. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. And Chairman Cox and I are not riding off into the sunset quite yet. We have 2 full days of work to do, and it's going to be a busy couple of days too, but I thank you for the opportunity. It has been an awesome ride for me. 28 years, 7 terms, 7 years as board chair, more than 900 legislative proposals, serving the people of San Diego County, and particularly the 2nd District, has been one of the greatest honors of my life. However, this is not just about me. This is about all who have worked with me over the years and who have stood with me as we took on huge challenges and fought the good fight to do what's right for the people of the 2nd District and our entire region. And there are so many people for me to thank, starting with my thanks to God for the guidance, for the strength, for the good health, in carrying forward to do the best possible job that I could possibly do over the last 28 years. I want to thank the voters in the 2nd District. That's been awesome. And particularly my political consultant, Tom Shepard, who has been with me from day one, been on every one of my campaigns, and in my opinion is the best political consultant locally that we have. Thanks, Tom. And thanks to my board colleagues over the years, to our chair, again, Greg Cox. We've worked together since the mid-90s when Ron Roberts, Bill Horn, and others, we appointed Greg to the board. 1995 it was. And Greg, it's truly been an honor to serve with you. And I've been also blessed with the best leadership at the county starting with our Chief Administrative Officer back in the mid-90s, Larry Pryor. Larry came in to a government that was on the brink of bankruptcy. He turned it upside down and he put it on strong financial ground. Right behind him was Walt Eckert as our CAO, and Walt did a great job of carrying on. And then our current CAO, Helen Robbins-Meyer. Helen, you are awesome. You are tough as nails, but you are so good at what you do. You're the best of the best. Also, I want to thank our county councils. First, going back with John Sansone, and now for the last several years, Tom Montgomery. A big thank you to you. I've had a lot of fun arguing with you. You're the lawyers, I'm not, but I still enjoyed the hearty debates that we had about the law. And also thank you to my staff, starting with Jeff Collins, my chief of staff, 23 years. Thank you, Jeff, along with Taylor DuPont, who's been with me for 5 years, Tori Floyd for 4 years, Mary Lou Glassman for 13 years, Alice Ray for 12 years, Steve Schmidt for 8 years, and Bob Spanbauer for 15 years, and Adam Wilson for 17 years. You are all family to me, and I will miss our work together. And thank you to all of those who have been part of my team, Team Jacob, over the decades, including 3 of my chief of staffs. My first chief of staff was Mary Ball. It was Mary Teets at the time, Adam Day, and also Jeff Patno. A big thank you to the 3 of you particularly who led my staff. And Mary, we started off with hitting the ground running and making big changes at the county. And then finally, I want to thank all of the county's over 17,000 employees for what you do each and every day. Our public health nurses, our sheriff deputies, our park rangers, our librarians, our maintenance workers, our road crews. There are so many of you to thank over the years for the job that you do. Each and every job is important in this county, and to be a part of a county team that is nationally recognized as one of the best in the nation, I hope that you all are proud, as I am. Together, we've made a real tangible progress on so many fronts. During my years here, the county is back in the fire business, establishing the San Diego County Fire Protection District, which yesterday at LAFCO became the first day that it was final. The San Diego County Fire Protection District. And we've invested over $575 million in improving rural fire protection and medical services. Unprecedented. And we've turned around county finances. This place was a fiscal basket case in the early 90s. Greg remembers that. But today, our robust reserves have given us the financial room to address the issue that we've been faced with this year with the COVID-19 crisis. And we've made headway on a lot of other tough issues like affordable housing, behavioral health, the impact on Alzheimer's disease on so many people, and so many other challenges that we have faced. And I'm especially proud of all the community projects that we've completed. Somewhere in the video, the 13 libraries that have been built in District 2 since 1993, with more in the works, the 14 fire stations, the 6 sheriff stations, and another one on the way in Ramona, and the more than 130 parks and recreation projects, including ball fields, playgrounds, pools, the preservation of over 100,000 acres of open space with over 400 miles of trails for people to get out and hike and bicycle ride and enjoy the outdoors and get exercise, particularly important during this pandemic that we're faced with. And a big thank you to all of those in the community that have worked with me to make all these projects possible. And I also want to thank those people that have emailed me, called me, stopped me in a grocery store aisle, and had a question or a concern that we were able to follow up on. Those were the moments that really kept me grounded, being in touch with the people. So back when I was sworn into office in 1993, I promised to challenge the status quo and shake things up. I wanted a county government that put people first, and I was willing to fight for it, and we did. Making county government work for the people is what this job is all about. I want to thank all of you who have been a part of joining me in this fight. Finally, I want to conclude to say, I want to wish the very, very best to Supervisor Nathan Fletcher, our new supervisors coming on January 5th, Nora Vargas, Tara Lawson-Reamer, and Joel Anderson. And I wish you the very best as you move forward with a county government that is second to none. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words today.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Jacob. And, I just want to say, for 28 years, you took on the challenge of representing the people of East County without exception. You approached every issue from potholes to wildfires with the same fervor your entire career. I appreciate that you're a fighter and a strong advocate for those causes that you believe in. And our public service roots go back to the same area in kids in school. I really appreciate the way that you have pulled the Board of Supervisors, the County of San Diego out of near bankruptcy and established the fiscal discipline that was critical for us to maintain services through the current pandemic and the emergency situations. From parks to libraries and sheriff stations that you mentioned, the emergency services facilities established quite a legacy of service to the communities across East County. Your promotion of agriculture created significant expansion of the small wineries across the region. And I appreciated working with you to improve the quality of the roads, setting a very high standard for the unincorporated area. I've had the opportunity to serve with you in the last 2 years on LAFCO, and I think that one of your biggest achievements at LAFCO just went through recently, the County Fire Authority. Earlier this year, the agency was transformed into the San Diego County Fire Protection District, which was created in 2008 to consolidate and coordinate fire protection for within 1.5 million acres of fire-prone backcountry. The 500 paid and reserve firefighters provide fire protection and emergency services, even today, right now, to over 40 rural communities. And you led the effort since 2003 to invest more than $575 million in rural fire prevention and protection, along with the emergency medical services. I think that is quite an outstanding accomplishment. I thank you for your service. It's been a great career, and I think you're going out at a peak, and I really appreciate all the time and effort in working with you, particularly when you were chair a year ago, and I was able to see how a great chair works along with you and Greg Cox. So thank you so much for your time and effort.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah. Chairman Cox, do you have a few words you want to say?
Well, I would hate to miss this opportunity to say a few words about Diane. I first met Diane, I think, back in the mid-1980s. Back to 1987, I think she was the president of the California State School Boards Association, the same year that I was president of the League of California Cities. And I've never been able to catch up with Diane. I mean, as hard as I tried, she will be the longest serving member of the Board of Supervisors. I'm gonna have to be content to be number 2, but it's okay, because Diane is a class act who has just done a phenomenal job in representing the citizens of her district. You know, I think Margaret Thatcher was tagged as the Iron Lady. Well, I have to tell you, Diane is as tough as nails. She knows what she wants, and one way or another, she's going to get it. So you might as well just agree with her early on. It saves a lot of time and makes it a lot easier on everybody else. She has certainly been a champion of trails and parks and libraries, and fire stations and sheriff substations in her district. Nobody has ever represented the rural areas of San Diego County better than Diane Jacob. And Diane, it's been a pleasure to work with you on so many different projects over the years. Certainly your legacy to the way that we responded to the 2003 and 2007 fires is an example of how you can take a disaster and make something good out of it. Certainly the San Diego County Fire Authority is something that you created through your hard work and dedication. And it's something that brought together, I think we had something like 65 different fire responding agencies, and we've got it down to a much smaller number and a much more coordinated and much better training among all of those agencies. Having CAL FIRE as our fire chief, Tony Meacham, has made all the difference in the world. I've enjoyed working with you on some trail projects. I know we are going to get a trail around the entire Sweetwater Reservoir, thanks to your effort and working with me and the Sweetwater Authority. We're actually working on a project right now to establish a trail alignment in the eastern Otay area, which most of which is in Diane's district. It's about 72,000 acres. It's already under public ownership. Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, California Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Land Management, City of San Diego, Otay Water District. There's 8 or 9 different agencies that own these 72,000 acres. And we are working on trying to establish trails within that area, upwards of about 81 to 90 miles of trails that will come about. And it's through a collaborative effort. Diane's been there every step of the way. So Diane, I bid you adieu, I guess, as fellow county supervisors come January 4th. I know I'm going to see you out in the community because I know you're always out in your community. I don't know that any supervisor does a better job of reaching out to all corners of our district. And believe me, you have a very big district and a lot of corners to reach. So congratulations on a job well done. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve and work with you these last 26 years for me. And again, you'll always have those 2 extra years. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cox. Supervisor Gaspar, do you have a few words?
Of course. Well, Diane, you have been an institution in East County for decades. And over the years, I've really admired how you've maintained steadfast support for the unincorporated area, always making it a priority and bringing resources to your unincorporated communities. Most people know you've held hundreds of community coffees, revitalization meetings, sports group, trails group, thousands of meetings with constituents that need a problem fixed. I've been honored to partner with you on the Alzheimer's project, and I really look forward, as I know you do too, to watching that develop into the future. Greg brought it up today, but I just need to get my copy signed so I can proudly display it on my coffee table. But Diane, you will forever be known as the Iron Lady of East County. Congratulations on an incredible career.
Thank you, Kristen.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Fletcher, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, Supervisor Diane Jacob, the notorious SDJ. It has been an incredible honor to serve with you for just 2 short years. But it feels like a lifetime of everything that we've gone through. You were the very first person from this board to call me after I had won a campaign where I had been very critical of a lot of things. And you said, look, there's going to be areas we can work together and let's do that. And you held true to that every single time an opportunity. And I think that, you know, it's a rare thing in politics to have someone who brings a fierce desire to fight for the needs of your constituents above all else, and a willingness to take positions that are consistently in their interest, a willingness to take on some of the biggest, most powerful entities because you believe it's what's right for your constituents, a willingness to fight for the environment when you believe that's what's right for your district, and a willingness to not back down. And I tell people a lot of times, I said, one of the things that I love most about Diane Jacob is when I come to you with an idea, if you agree, you'll know more about it than I do, and you'll know what your position is. But when you tell me, okay, I support that, I don't have to worry for 1 minute that you're going to get pressure or influence and come back and say, oh, well, it's hard. When you say you're going to do it, you do it. I also tell people the downside is if I bring you an idea and you say, I think that's a terrible idea, I know you're going to fight it with everything you got, and nothing's going to move you from that either. But that steadfast willingness to roll up your sleeves, and every single day of the decades you've been here, I believe you've approached the job the same way, with a relentless commitment to fight for your district, to understand the issues, to advocate passionately and fiercely. And, you know, to paraphrase Teddy Roosevelt, you know, it's not the critic who counts, it is, in this case, the woman who is in the arena. And you have been in the arena day in and day out and have made a significant impact on this community and on this county. And it's been a tremendous honor to become your friend and to just know, Diane, that out of everyone I've served with in politics, I have the utmost respect and appreciation for you and for what you've done and for what you've meant to this community. And so it's been mentioned, the Iron Lady of East County. And I was going to miss you so much. I asked that we make a plaque. You now have an iron plaque pointing out that you are the longest serving member of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors. And it's got the dates on there. I will note that when you became a supervisor, I was in the 10th grade. You've been, and I'm not that young. So you've definitely been here for a bit. But, you know, we were worried about not seeing you. And so we made this plaque, and then we thought, well, we should put it in the chambers, but I know you hate the chambers when they were redone. And I said, well, we can't do that. So we're going to place it outside the chambers so that every visitor to the San Diego County Board of Supervisors meeting from this day forward will see a recognition and an acknowledgement of the longest serving county supervisor in our county's history, a record that will never be broken. People say records were meant to be broken. We have term limits now. This record will never be broken. And I think it's a testament not just to longevity, but to the way you have approached the job and what you certainly mean to this county. Thank you, DJ.
Thank you, Nathan.
All right. Thank you very much. Nice plaque there, too.
Nice.
Well, up next, we've got our District Attorney, Summer Steffen, would like to say a few words to our outgoing supervisors. Summer, are you there? Is she online?
I'm here. I think they have to turn on my video. Let's see.
You might have to turn it on.
The county, let me see if I can do it. No, it says you cannot start your video, but that's okay. I think you can hear me, and that's good, because in protest for the departure of the iconic Chairman Cox and Supervisor Jacob, I've cut off all my hair, so maybe it's a good thing you can't see me. But on behalf of the, I think it's asking me now to start my video. Okay. All right. On behalf of the 1,000 employees at the District Attorney's Office and on behalf of law enforcement, I want to thank the supervisors that have served, Chairman Cox, Supervisor Jacob, and Supervisor Gaspar, and for all of your passion for a variety of areas that make public safety what it is in San Diego County. I want to thank Supervisor Gaspar for her partnership on destigmatizing addiction and mental health issues and all of the work for youth in that area. I want to thank Chairman Cox for your focus on reforming the juvenile justice system so it is what it is today, a transformation of true rehabilitation and re-entry for our most vulnerable children. And Supervisor Jacob, for everything that you've paved the way to make San Diego the only county that has a measurable number. You leave with San Diego County leading the nation with a transformation in human trafficking at 27% variation compared to the rest of the nation varying at 1% only from the dismal pandemic of human trafficking. I want to focus the last minute or two of my remarks On Chairman Cox and Supervisor Jacob for your service for more than a quarter of a century. That is something that you never hear in public service. And to have that entire quarter of a century plus be marked with noble service that's grounded by ethics and accountability. That is also sadly a novel concept in service, to serve the people, but to never lose sight of the ethics and accountability that you hold yourselves to. You might not remember this, but you both left a huge impression on me. When I first started, before I was district attorney, it was 2005 when I became the chief of the Sex Crimes and Human Trafficking Division. There were huge changes, Jessica's Law, other laws coming on board that affected the most dangerous predators, like the one that took the lives of those two boys in South Bay. And I was the chief of that division, and I'd set up meetings because we had some very impending issues in the county about reporting and accountability in that area. Did not expect that you both would be in the meeting. I expected to meet with your chiefs of staff. Fortunately, I was over prepared as usual, but you came in and you really cared. You knew the topic, you cared about its impact. You understood that in the face of fear and violence, nothing can grow. You can't build buildings and trails and libraries if children can't and seniors can't feel safe, they can't feel protected, they can't be free of violence and of predatory behavior. And the way that you treated me, I'm sure the way you treat everybody, no matter what rank they have, left an impression. And I hope every day to emulate your example of humility and steadfastness and your ethics and your service. And Supervisor Jacob, as you know, we don't have a lot of role models for women in politics and leadership. So I look to you, I copied you in every way that I can. And you have provided such a tremendous example. And I want to personally thank you. And I want to thank you both on behalf of the entire community for your service. And I wish Supervisor Gaspar and Chairman Cox and Supervisor Jacob well. I know you will be well, and hopefully you will look proudly to the service that my team will provide in the future.
Thank you.
Summer.
All right. Well, Summer, thank you so much. Great thoughts and words, and your hair looks nice. Okay, next I would like to go to our CAO, Helen Robbins-Meyer. She would like to say a few words to our supervisors.
Thank you, Vice Chair Desmond. I think you nailed it when you started off by saying today is really bittersweet. It truly is. For me, as your CAO, I've worked side by side with each of the 3 departing supervisors day in and day out, and I truly have grown to respect and admire each of them. Saying goodbye to any of them, any of you supervisors, is hard, but saying goodbye to all 3 of you at once and having to do it over Zoom is incredibly difficult, and it really does leave an ache in my heart. You have supported me, but more importantly, you have supported and appreciated the 18,000 county employees who've worked so hard to carry out your vision and your policies. I really appreciate that. The work of the people really is done by those employees, and you have really, truly supported them. When you support me, you're supporting them, so I greatly, greatly appreciate that. I truly believe you have made San Diego one of the greatest counties in the nation to live, work, and play. I believe that to my core, and I am very, very proud to be a part of that and serve with you. Kristen, 4 years ago, you brought youth and fresh ideas to the board, and as I was looking back, believe it or not, at that time, I had been the youngest person on the dais. That's hard to believe, especially when I realized you were young enough to be my daughter. That was a little bit hard for me to swallow. But like my daughter, you called me out on many occasions, and you challenged me to think and to act differently, and I truly appreciate that. You have made me a better CAO as a result of that. Your keen sense of humor always had me on my toes, provided some jovial times when things were stressful, and I greatly appreciate that. And I really appreciate all your kind comments during hearings for staff, so thank you. As a mom myself, I also want to thank you for being an incredible role model to young mothers in our workforce. You have taken those issues to heart, and you have put forward various policies to help kids and our working moms, so I want to thank you personally for that. And then also, it's already been said by some of your colleagues, but your work around behavioral health really got started this path that we're on now for the continuum of care throughout the region. So I really want to thank you for that and tell you how meaningful that is. You have proudly served District 3, and I am deeply appreciative of everything that you have done. So thank you very much. And Greg and Diane, this one is really hard for me. Watching the video, how can you not be filled with emotions? And it's really hard to say thank you and goodbye to you. 23 years, you helped Larry Pryor get started, and he took me from the private sector. We had worked together, and you took a chance on me, and then Walt taught me the ropes. I translated Larry speak for you all, and we got a lot of great things done, and I have loved every single minute of working for you. Okay, that might be an exaggeration. I've loved almost every single minute working for you, but truly it has been a tremendous partnership, and we have always come to a resolution that was the best thing for the entire county, and I really appreciate that. Even though I worked for you, but you both always treated me like a colleague and a partner. It was a true, genuine partnership, and that is rare. Elected officials and the bureaucracy sometimes struggle, and we never did. We were always one team, and I will forever be grateful for that. And to have you allow me to be a part of your legacy for nearly the 3 decades that you've been in public service, so thank you. I take great pride in the parks and the trails and the libraries and the various programs, EDGEMOOR Hospital, building the fire authority, helping turn some of the financials around to a strong, solid foundation. You all have done the really hard work, and you've allowed me to go and be a part of that and help with that. So thank you. I will always, always treasure our time together. And I also need to take a second to thank your staffs. Each of you acknowledged your staffs. You know how important they are to you, but I'm not sure you realize how important they are to me. You have tremendous board aides, and they have worked really, really well with my team, but especially your chiefs of staff. I don't think anybody truly realizes how they are the glue that keeps this county running. They are the conduit between the bureaucracy and the elected officials. And so I just want to personally thank the chiefs of staff. I will greatly miss you. I'll even miss yelling at you when you let your bosses run amok. But you have been just tremendous individuals and dedicated public servants yourself, and made it all work smoothly. So thank you. Let me wrap up by just saying, DJ, you truly are the Iron Woman of East County. As a resident of Poway, I am truly proud that you have been my supervisor all these years. And Greg, you truly are the most patient, humble, and thoughtful elected official I have ever met. And I've known a few in my years, so I hold you in the greatest esteem. I both wish you well on these next chapters of your life, and I look forward to continuing our deep and longstanding friendships long after you leave office. I'll come out to the ranch and visit with you, Diane, Greg, I might have to travel up to Big Bear or down to Chula Vista, but wherever you are, I will find you, and I will stay in touch because you are part of my family, and I feel a part of your family. So thank you very much. Congratulations to you both on your accomplishments. Kristen, to all that you have done as well during your time here at the County of San Diego. And Greg and Diane, I wish you the very best on your grand and glorious retirement. So thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you, Helen.
Helen, thank you very much for great remarks. Lastly, we have the mayor, the La Mesa mayor, who wants to say a few words. Mark Arapothatis is here today online to speak as well. Mayor.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm here just to say, obviously, congratulations and thank you to Supervisor Gaspar for her service to the city of Encinitas and to the county, and to Supervisor Cox for his long service to the city of Chula Vista. And I appreciate all that he's done for the county, and I appreciate his friendship. To Supervisor Jacob, we have a relationship beyond elected officials. She's been a friend. She started her career as a teacher. I'm coming to you from my classroom. I'm a full-time school teacher in La Mesa Spring Valley School District, and I'm zooming in from my classroom in between classes right now. And Supervisor Jacob, just want to read something to you from the city of La Mesa. On behalf of the city of La Mesa, in recognition for your retirement from the San Diego County Board of Supervisors after 28 years of service representing more than 620,000 residents of District 2, the city commends you on your leadership, dedication to the community, its families, children, and neighbors. Through your efforts of fire protection, government accountability, education, elderly care, environmental issues, and many, many more, you've made a deep, significant impact on the lives of many people that will be felt for lifetimes. We wish you the best in your retirement and thank you for your commitment and exemplary service to the city and the East County. And just say this in closing, that Supervisor Jacob, you've always stepped up for all the areas that people have mentioned before, but to education, I don't know if it's because you began your career as a teacher in La Mesa Spring Valley, but just because you care about education and realize that it's an important piece of the county, and you've always supported our school district and have done so many things that supported thousands of children that they've gone on. And so in recognition, I know you have many certificates and many plaques. We're going to give you something you probably don't have yet, and that is a street sign from the city of La Mesa that says Jacob's Way. And this is an official street sign. And so you can put this up and you can rename the street that you live on. I'm just kidding around. But in any case, we want to present this to you and say, thank you for everything that you've done. We know that at the heart of everything, no matter what's everything else that's been said about you, at the nucleus, you care. And that's the one thing that I think is the overriding theme of your career, is that you care. So thank you very much, Supervisor Jacob.
Thank you very much, Mark. Once a teacher, always a teacher.
Yes, to you. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Well, Supervisor Cox, thank you very much for the opportunity to lead this presentation. And I'm going to give it back to you. There's work to be done today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Desmond. You did an exemplary job in hosting the accolades that have been brought forward to Supervisor Gaspar, Supervisor Jacob, myself, and thank you very much for doing that job. We're going to proceed now to the next item on the agenda, which is public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to speak on items which are not on today's agenda. It's my understanding we have 3 public speakers and then 2 written comments that have been submitted. And I'll ask our clerk of the board, Andrew Potter, to go ahead and deal with those items at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll begin with the written comments and then go to the callers. We now have 3 written comments, excuse me, and 4 individuals have requested to call in. For those callers that have called into the meeting, if you do not wish to speak under non-agenda public comment, meaning you wish to provide comments on an item on the agenda, please hang up now and call back during the appropriate agenda item. The first written comment is from an individual named Rudy Reyes. It reads, "My name's Rudy Reyes, and I'm known as one of the worst injured of the Cedar wildfires in 2003. I'm known to the Board of Supervisors as a medical marijuana activist. I was part of the lawsuits over medical marijuana ID cards and access. With the new federal decriminalization of marijuana, I will be asking for reconstruction of the county medical marijuana guidelines and recreational marijuana policies. Our community needs revision of policies and offer myself to help in any way." The second written comment is from Kathleen Lippett. It reads, "Tobacco products are justifiably maligned for targeting youth, causing disease, heart, cancer, lung, as well as causing environmental damage. Marijuana products deserve to be treated similarly. Marijuana retailers also target youth with child-friendly flavors and cause environmental damage with the discarded devices. Please include flavored marijuana products along with your flavored tobacco products for the same reasons." The last written comment is from Sandra Mykowski. It reads, "FJV at SDCC has sheltered me for 7 months. Residing here, I watch FJV services try to shelter homeless individuals with significant mental health or addiction conditions. In a room of 450 plus mixed populations, including men and women, the most difficult cases cannot be sheltered out of safety for all residents. I watch them put out to sleep on the streets again. Please continue to reduce arrests and jailing these individuals and adopt and implement a needs-based approach to shelter and housing services." We'll now move on to the individuals that requested to call in. Again, if you are not providing comment on an issue not on the agenda, please hang up and call back during the next agenda item. For those individuals, we'll be calling you by the last 4 digits of your phone number, and you'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You'll then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. You'll hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. And I remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. And if you could please identify the first caller.
Yes, thank you. Our first caller is 2153. 2153. Please press *6 to unmute yourself at this time.
Good morning. This is Kelly McCormick. I live in District 5, and I would like to start by thanking Supervisors Jacob, Cox, and Gaspar for their service. I'm the parent of 2 teenagers, and I've been a volunteer for numerous youth-related organizations, including PTA, Scouts, sports, and more. We all want teens to grow into healthy, self-reliant young adults with good mental health and bright futures. But I fear that the normalization of marijuana use and the plentiful supply of both permitted and illegal marijuana is endangering our youth. The most recent Sandag survey of juvenile arrestees should give everyone a wake-up call. These juveniles were not arrested for marijuana. However, more than 2/3 of them said they had dabbed THC, the highly concentrated form of marijuana's psychoactive ingredient. 61% of them did not believe that marijuana is addictive. This trend is especially dangerous because it's well known that use goes up when the perception of harm goes down. 1 in 16 users will become addicted. Did you know that substance use disorder is categorized as a pediatric onset disease? 90% of people with addiction started smoking, drinking, or using other drugs before the age of 18. And now with the explosion of vaping, more teens than ever are picking up the habit using both nicotine and marijuana. As policymakers, I urge you to assist parents and youth leaders with much needed education on the harms associated with marijuana use. And consider the message teens are receiving when marijuana businesses are located near residences and youth-sensitive areas and when they are exposed to marijuana advertising. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7613. 7613.
Good morning, County Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. What a beautiful tribute to the 3 outgoing supervisors. We thank you for your service and dedication to making our county great. Supervisor Cox and Jacob, you have dedicated a good portion of your life towards bettering the lives of those in our county. And as a member of District 3, I thank Supervisor Gaspar for taking a stand and serving the people with the utmost of values and ethics. Today, I'd like to bring to your attention that crime rates are on the rise in and around marijuana outlets. Neighborhoods are suffering. Marijuana in our county has become more prevalent and accessible for young people who are experiencing anxiety and disconnectedness. For this reason, it's crucial that supervisors and staff help educate community members to ensure the safety of our neighborhoods. I'd like to share with you a few recent incidences that help illustrate the fact that marijuana dispensaries are not without crime. 2 weeks ago, a 21-year-old man was shot in City Heights and has passed away when involved in a marijuana transaction. The suspect of the shooting was involved in a standoff and eventually ran into a nearby home. Another incident in Ramona involved a 46-year-old man shot in his home located next to a legal marijuana dispensary. And most recently, this past week, we sadly learned of another shooting in the unincorporated area of El Cajon at a marijuana dispensary. During these times of isolation and heightened anxiety, I strongly recommend that educating community members regarding the negative effects of marijuana use and sales be a vital priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, this is an opportunity to speak on items that are not on today's posted agenda. So if you are on the line and would like to speak on one of the items that is on the agenda, please hang up and call back when that item is introduced for discussion. So our next caller is 6277. And again, if you do not wish to speak during non-agenda public comment, please call back when your item is introduced for discussion. 6277. Did you wish to address the board during non-agenda public comment?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and everyone else in their respective places. My name is Benita Schnurling, and I am a retired Navy veteran. I was a former HSS for the El Cajon Family Resource Center in El Cajon, and I just wanted to get on today to speak about the way things kind of transpires with new employees as HSSs. I just feel like nothing, all of the initial training that we went through, although it was mostly telework, and all of the trauma-informed and mental health training that we received, it's not correlating to how we're actually being treated, and to be terminated without even really knowing why you were terminated during a pandemic is beyond me. It's unmatched. So I just want to bring forth, some points to maybe have the CAO and others who are in charge of making a change in that arena to, become more aware of. From day one, I had issues with technology that carried on through my training. And then when I got on the job training, it continued to the point where I had to have my entire profile rebuilt. Literally 21 profiles was attached to mine. And all throughout the training, I missed a lot of the training because I was always on the phone with Prospector or having to just call in, and I didn't get a lot of the hands-on didactics that, I was supposed to get during that time. But each day I pushed forward. I tried to do what I could, I utilized my coworkers. I found my own workarounds and different things. But again, all this transpired from the initial training at ETC until the on-the-job training. And so after my on-the-job training, after the 6 months, I was let go without cause.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time
So
is
I
up.
just want to thank you guys for this time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6687. 6687.
Good morning, Chairman Cox, Board of Supervisors, and CAO Helen Robbins-Meyer. My name is Drusilla Willard. I'm a County of San Diego Employee Chapter President and proud SEIU Local 221 Union member. I am here today speaking on behalf of the HSSs that have not been able to pass probation during the pandemic due to the inadequate training they have received from the training unit. Because of the pandemic, there was no correct protocol in place for training for new employees during the pandemic. Everyone was scrambling around trying to figure out what to do, including you guys. Inadequate training causes employees increased levels of work-related stress, poor job performances. But is this their fault, or has the county failed these new employees? When new employees come to work for the county, they are trusting that they will be set up for success, not failure. Unfortunately, that has not been the case for the last 8 months. When they don't pass probation, they are told they can reapply, but their application will be rejected due to their poor performance. Who's to blame for inadequate training given to the new employees or their employer not being fully invested in their success? I would ask that you take a look at how many employees have not been able to pass probation during this pandemic, opposed to how many had not been able to pass probation pre-pandemic. Thank you. Now, I have one quick thing to say, if I still have a few seconds. There are other people on this call, and it seems like their numbers are not registering. What can we do to get them to be able to speak? Because the notices were put in for them to speak.
We will call each of the individuals that have called in at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6091. 6091.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Micaela Ortiz, and I would like to share my experience of how I was failed by the county as a new county employee. I was hired on May 22nd, 2020 as a human services specialist and began the universal online training offered by the county. On September 4th, I began at the Access Call Center Training Unit. On October 12th, I was written up for accuracy, performance, and volume of work produced. I did not dispute the performance standards that the county has for the Health and Human Services Agency employees. I did not dispute then being written up. I did question my supervisor's condescending approach and the rush to evaluate my accuracy and my performance. I did speak and reach out to my DHRO. I did speak and express my concerns to my direct supervisor and to their manager. And unfortunately, all three dismissed my concerns. I was dismissed during probation on November 19th. I now know that I was discriminated based on my age. I now know that the county does not put people first. The county does not put its employees first. And the county definitely does not put its consumers first. As a call center human services specialist, I interacted daily and I assisted daily consumers of CalFresh, Medi-Cal, and CalWorks. And despite facing discrimination from my direct supervisor, my dedication to the consumers never wavered. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my concern and share my experience with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1822. 1822.
Good morning. My name is Peggy Walker. I live in District 3. I would like to thank my supervisor, Kristen Gaspar, and Supervisors Cox and Jacobs for your wonderful service. As a public health educator, I want also to bring to your attention 2 articles just published in the Union Tribune that call attention to the hard facts of marijuana normalization. The data should concern all local policymakers. An earlier caller mentioned the first article, which provided information provided every year by SANDAG regarding their survey of those arrested in our county. SANDAG's survey showed that youth are less concerned about its harmful effects and we're using marijuana about every other day. This is not a good trend by any standards. SANDAG's Cynthia Burke noted that regardless of people's views on recreational marijuana, voters of Prop 64 did not intend for it to lead to an increase in youth use and youth believing the drug has no harmful effects. In the second article published just yesterday, Dr. Reed Lev, emergency addiction physician at Scripps Mercy Hospitals, said the chances of addiction are 4 to 7 times higher for those under age 27. She said we need strong public health consideration when it comes to marijuana and drug policy. Her opinion is underscored by county hospital data that showed 29 or more per day ER admissions are marijuana related. So thank you, departing supervisors, for your strong leadership in this area. I urge the supervisors to continue to promote responsible, youth-conscious drug policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7483. 7483.
Good morning, and thank you for your service to the county. I'm Bonnie Bertano. I worked in eligibility operations at Access Fletcher from June to November of this year. I gave up my previous job with the hopes of someday working in the land use department. My work history and experience includes B2B tech sales, database management, and healthcare compliance. And I've taken a lot of courses, a bachelor's degree, some master's level, and community classes, ranging from linguistics to web design. And that said, I felt this was the most hostile and unreasonable work environment I'd ever been in, and the worst training classes I'd ever taken. Today, I'm speaking for many other HSF workers that I've talked to at length. I have examples of the awful work culture, the poor quality of training, which has been mentioned, and the biased and unfair evaluations of our work. Many HSS workers believe they were set up for failure, and in my opinion, this shows bad faith on the part of the county to hire a pool of people knowing you're going to fire so many of them. Ultimately, this results in a waste of our tax dollars. I believe that with a few small changes, besides the work culture, including the hiring process, training, and the existing call routing software, the county could provide more effective training and actually retain good workers. There's limited time here, but I am available to provide comments, examples, and suggestions that I've collected from others if there's a future opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7978. 7978. And 7978, you would need to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you'd like to address the board, 7978, this is your opportunity to do so. And you're the last caller on the line at this moment.
Okay, if that concludes our public communication, then we will proceed on to the approval of the statement of proceedings and the minutes for the meetings of November 17th, 2020, the special meeting of November 25th, 2020, the Flood Control District meeting of July 8th, 2020, and August 25th, 2020, the Housing Authority meeting of June 24th, 2020, the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority meeting of September 29th, 2020, the Development Successor Agency meetings of April 21st, 2020, and August 25th, 2020, Sanitation District meeting of September 30th, 2020. All of those are included in this item. Is there a motion for approval?
So move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Jacob, seconded by Vice Chair Desmond. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. We'll move on now to the formation of the consent calendar. All items on the agenda today will be considered routine and will be enacted upon by one motion unless there's a desire on the part of the public or members of the board to pull items for further discussion. Let me start off by asking the clerk of the board if there's items that have been pulled by the public.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 6 has been pulled by the public. Item 7 has been pulled by the public. Item 8 has been pulled by the public. Item 13 has been pulled by the public. Item 14 has been pulled for a presentation by the Chief Financial Officer. For item 31, an errata was distributed to the board and posted online on Friday that added a recommendation to establish appropriations and rebudget return funds received in the District 3 Neighborhood Reinvestment Program. Adding this recommendation changed item 31 from a 3-vote to a 4-vote item. The additional recommendation reads, establish appropriations of $10,737 in the Neighborhood Reinvestment Program budget based on the return of unused funds from prior year allocations, so funds may be allocated to other projects. With that note, that item may remain on consent. And item 32 are closed session matters that will be considered at the conclusion of the board's public session. All the remaining items on the Board of Supervisors agenda may be placed in the consent calendar for your board's consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Potter. We'll move on now to board comments or items to be pulled by members of the board, starting with Supervisor Jacob.
Mr. Chairman, no additional items to pull, no comments, and I would move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, we'll move on now to Supervisor Gaspar.
Thank you, Chairman. I have no additional comments to make. Items to pull, just want to register a no vote for item 25. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on now to Supervisor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any items to pull. I'd like to register a no vote on item 4. Item 4 seeks to ratify an agreement between the Sheriff's Department and the Grossmont Union High School District to provide sheriff's deputies on campus. Experts in the field of adolescent development and criminal justice reform have explained that officers on campus is not a best practice when we are doing so much energy and effort around reforming and realigning and providing casework and social work and the right type of support. I think that there is a better way to go about doing this. I think there's a way to ensure that kids are safe in schools while also getting the documented best outcomes that we can see. I would also note this is one of the unique arrangements where the school district is not paying the full cost of this. The costs are being split between the county, and so would register a no vote on that item.
Thank you, Supervisor. Vice Chairman Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no items to pull. However, I do just a quick comment on item 4. This is the SROs at the schools. We had great success with this in the city of San Marcos, and with these safety officers being at the schools, and they had great interaction with students. I think they helped a lot of kids who might have been getting in trouble or had the potential, and they were able to work with and respect law enforcement and have developed a good relationship. So this worked very well in San Marcos, and the city of San Marcos at that time, and I think maybe still today, we were paying half the cost of the safety officers at that time. So I'll put my approval towards item 4. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Desmond. I have no additional items to pull, but I do have comments on 2 different items. The first one is item number 19, which is from our General Services Department. This is approval of the 15th Amendment to the option agreement for the sale of 15.08 acre open space easement to the Parking Authority of the City of National City. I want to start off by thanking Jody Mays from our Real Estate Services and Brian Albright for the tremendous work that they've put on this issue. I have to tell you, this item actually goes back to 1996 when we first entered into discussions with the City of National City in regards to this open space easement. It's been a continuing problem for law enforcement agencies. There's been, unfortunately, a lot of homeless encampments, a lot of cleanup efforts, and it's just been a very messy situation on this particular property. Through negotiations going back to 1996, the Board of Supervisors agreed that if we did sell this easement, that the money that would be derived from that would be plowed back in or put back in to the Sweetwater Regional Park. And so I'm delighted to see that that is what is before us today. I would like to specifically request that if it's agreeable to the maker and the seconder of the motion, that in addition to identifying these these funds rather for the Sweetwater Regional Park, that those funds be directed to 6 different projects the staff has been working on over these last many years, which would include the Bicycle Skills Park restroom complex that would be a part of the new Sweetwater Bicycle Skills Park, that there be resurfacing of portions of that Bicycle Skills Park from the proceeds of this sale, that the Morrison Pond restoration be included as a project, that the potential for a zip line at the San Diego County Sweetwater Summit campground be included, that there be funding set aside for the Sweetwater Ranger Station improvements, and that portions of this money could be directed towards Sweetwater Trail Loop 8, which would be the trail that would be encompassing the Sweetwater Reservoir. If it's agreeable to the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion, I would like to include that direction with this item.
That's acceptable to the maker of the motion.
Okay, Supervisor Gaspar?
Yes, Chairman, that's acceptable.
Okay. And then the last comment that I have is in reference to item number 29. This is the declaration of election results. I certainly want to take a moment to commend our registrar of voters, Michael Vu, and his entire staff and all of the ROV volunteers for the outstanding work that they did running this election. They conducted one of the most complex, challenging elections in the history of San Diego County. They had to adjust to dealing with a pandemic, new state laws on mail balloting, and immense scrutiny, I should say, because of the historic importance of this election. And they did a great job. 83.5% of San Diego County's nearly 1.95 million registered voters cast their ballots in this election. That came close to a record for voter turnout. This year's 83.5% was just off the 83.7% high point set in the 2008 presidential election when Barack Obama won his first term. As Michael Vu said, we missed it by 2/10, but let me tell you, we had so many more registered voters, hundreds of thousands more registered voters in this election. So with that thought in mind, I just want to say that Michael and his staff should be very, very proud. Again, kudos to them for a job well done. With that, let me ask the clerk of the board to identify those items we'll be voting on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The consent calendar includes all items with the exception of the following for discussion: items 6, 7, 8, 13, 14, and item 32 are closed session matters.
If there are no further comments, then let's go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that motion, item 25 introduces an ordinance amending the San Diego Administrative Code, Article 3, and introduces an ordinance amending the San Diego County Administrative Code, Articles 8, 20, Section 362.4, 26E, Section 496, and 41A, and Regulatory Code, Section 16.105. With that, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Before I vote, I wanted to make just a quick comment on item number 4. There were 2 school shootings years ago in the Grossmont Union High School District. And as an outgrowth of that, there was an agreement then with the Sheriff's Department and the school district to put the school resource officers on the campus. It's been a very successful program as a result of that. And I'm not sure the entire board is aware of that history, but those were 2 very memorable events. There were lives lost, and it was very, very tragic. And since then, this has been one way of solving the problem, and we haven't had any school shootings, thank God, on the high school campuses since. And with that, I will vote aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with noting for the record that Supervisor Gaspar registered a no vote on item 25 and Supervisor Fletcher registered a no vote on item 4.
Very good. Given the fact that we have 29 speakers on item number 6, which is our COVID update, and I believe the staff has approximately a 20 to 25-minute presentation, I'm going to suggest that we go ahead and take item 6 now. We will hear the COVID update and the speakers that want to speak on this item, and then we'll break for lunch and we'll come back and pick up items 7, 8, 14, and 13 before we go into closed session. I wish I could tell those people that are here for those 4 items exactly when we would reconvene, but it'll be really predicated on how long it takes to get through the presentation and the speakers on item number 6. It should be probably 1, maybe 1:30, but you may probably want to check back just to see where we are so you know when we reconvene. So with that, let me ask if Helen or Dawn is going to begin the presentation on the COVID-19 update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before Mr. Storer begins his presentation, any members of the public that have requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. You will be muted until it is your turn to speak. Thank you.
Chairman Cox, members of the board, good morning. Since our last presentation of the board, COVID-19 case counts have continued to rise, which has had an impact on our local hospital and ICU capacity. Today's presentation will feature our public health officer, Dr. Wilma Wooten, who will provide a public health update, as well as additional information on the county's status on the state's tiered system. Also providing an update on the local situation is Dr. Natasha Martin from UCSD, who will be presenting on regional forecasts for healthcare resource capacity. We'll then be joined by Nick Mascione, our agency director, for an update on the testing efforts underway throughout the county. Additionally, Vince Nicoletti will join us to provide an update on compliance efforts throughout the county. And finally, Andy Pease, our Incident Command Finance Chief, will provide an update on spending estimates. Without further ado, I'll welcome Dr. Wooten.
Thank you, Don, and good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. On this past Friday, San Diego County surpassed a sobering threshold of almost 2,300 cases in one day for COVID-19. The EpiCurve on this slide shows COVID-19 cases by onset of illness and provides a historical overview of cases. After reopening due to a prior shutdown in the middle of June, we saw an increase of cases up to the middle of July. After statewide restrictions were imposed, cases began to decrease, only to see a slight rebound in cases during the month of August. On August 31st, the new Blueprint for a Safer Economy, or tiered framework, was launched to address increasing case rates. Over the next 8 weeks, cases range from 200 to 400 per day, ultimately driving San Diego back into the purple tier. At the end of October, the EpiCurve shows another sharp increase in COVID-19 cases, and on Tuesday, November 10th, the San Diego County transitioned again to the purple tier due to our high case rate and testing positivity percentage. Because of the statewide escalation of cases, on Sunday, December 6th, at 11:59 p.m., the state implemented a regional stay-at-home order for Southern California, joining the San Joaquin Valley Coalition. The incubation period of the EpiCurve has been, as seen on the right of this slide, has the 14-day incubation period. And these peaks show the highest that we've seen in San Diego to date. And we know that we will have even more cases under that bar because, again, that is the incubation period for COVID-19. Moving on to the next slide. Since the last presentation to your board on November 15th, an additional 28,000 cases have been reported for a total of 94,169 positive COVID-19 cases. These numbers are as of 11:59 Sunday, December 6th. The table provides a summary of these cases with a breakdown by age, gender, hospitalization, ICU admission, and deaths. In terms of the demographics, they are essentially unchanged. The age range is from 0 to 107 years of age. The age group 20 to 49 years of age accounts for 57% of all of the COVID-19 cases. The gender breakdown also is unchanged. For hospitalizations, 4,921 or 5.2% of cases have been hospitalized, which overall is decreased cumulatively. But in the past month, we have seen a significant increase in cases admitted to the hospital as well as ICU admissions. Speaking of ICU admissions, we've had 1,077 of the hospitalized cases have been admitted to the ICU. This is approximately 1.1% of the total number of cases and 21.8% of the total number of those hospitalized. Then turning to deaths, we've had 1,062 deaths, or 1.1% of all cases. And all of our statistics, much greater than we've shared just now, can be found on the county's website at www.coronavirus-sd.com. In the next slide, it shows our case counts on a daily basis, and I want to just highlight on December 14th is the record high number of cases at 2,287. On November 6th, we were in the 50s in terms of cases. On November 14th, we increased to the 100s. And then last Friday, again, we surpassed 2,000 cases. This next slide just shows the progression of the entire state, and it's a great visual representation of the significant increase in cases throughout the state of California within the past month. As of December 1st, there were 52 out of 58 counties in the purple tier, leaving only 5 in the red tier and 1 in the orange tier. And this means that 99.2% of the California population is in the purple tier. With almost the entire state in the purple tier, San Diego County case rate and testing positivity percentage continues to balloon. As we wait for the state to post this week's calculated metrics, staff have calculated the metrics that you see here. The unadjusted case rate for November 22nd through November 28th, after a 7-day lag, is 32.9, with the adjusted case rate being at 27.8, which has us continuously, which has us in the purple tier. And the testing positivity is 8.4%, which aligns also with the purple tier. Staff has also calculated the health equity metric at 13.2, also the purple tier. With the expansive rise in cases across the state, the governor imposed an emergency brake on the statewide tier system. And then, however, with the increasing rise in cases, the state implemented a new regional stay-at-home order on Thursday, December 3rd. California issued a regional stay-at-home order to stop the surge of COVID-19 cases and prevent a strain on our healthcare system. This order is implemented if the region's ICU capacity is less than 15%. All counties are grouped based on 5 health officer coalitions as seen on the lower left of this slide. San Diego is under the Southern California region along with 10 other counties, and as of December 7th, San Diego's ICU staffed beds capacity is 6%. Southern California reached less than the 15% trigger on Friday, which prompted the regional stay-at-home order on to be effective Sunday, December 6th at 11:59. Once ICU capacity falls below 15%, the 15% threshold, a region will remain under more strict closures and for business operations for at least 3 weeks. After the 3 weeks, the ICU metrics will be projected out 4 weeks, and this percentage must be above 15% in order for the stay-at-home region, the regional stay-at-home order to be lifted. The intent of staying at home will limit mixing with other households that can lead to COVID-19 spread, cases, and outbreaks. The order does allow access to critical services and allows for outdoor activities to preserve our residents' physical and mental well-being. While being in another stay-at-home order is taxing, this will help ensure that those who need care can get it, and since hospitalization and ICU rates are increasing at an alarming rate. Now, going on to the next slide, I will briefly go through information about hospitalizations and ICU admissions before I introduce Dr. Martin. If COVID-19 case rates and hospitalizations continue at the current pace, we would be just a few weeks away from reaching the full bed capacity in our healthcare system. For COVID-19 confirmed hospitalized patients from November 30th through December 6th, there was a 33% increase in comparing the 7-day average, that 7-day average to the prior 7 days of November 23rd to November 29th. Looking at it in a different way, the next series of slides will look at 30-day, 14-day, and 7-day increases for hospitalizations and ICU admissions. In the last 30 days, we have seen a 176% increase in the number of COVID-19 confirmed hospitalized cases from November 17th to December 6th. In the same time period, we have seen a 130% increase in COVID-confirmed ICU patients. The next two slides show the percentage increase in the last 14 days, comparing November 23rd to December 6th. Here you can see that there is a 76% increase in COVID-confirmed hospitalizations in the last 2 weeks. And in the last 2 weeks, we have seen a 60% increase in COVID-19 confirmed ICU cases. In the last 7 days, from November 30th through December 6th, there was a 17% increase in COVID-confirmed hospitalized patients. And in the same 7-day period, we have seen a 15% increase in COVID-19 confirmed ICU patients. Based on the hospitalizations and ICU census data, it is clear that we all must do all that we can do to preserve our healthcare system for COVID-19 patients and for those with other medical emergencies. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Natasha Martin to the podium, who you may recall spoke to our board on May 5th regarding estimating the impact of social distancing interventions on COVID-19 mortality. Today, she will provide further data on COVID-19 modeling forecast for hospitalizations and ICU admissions. Dr. Martin.
Thank you, Dr. Wooten, Chairman Cox, and members of the board. I'm here to present today the recent forecast developed by our team at UC San Diego for COVID-19 hospital resource need in San Diego County and the southern region. Next slide. So first I want to show you how well our model has been performing to date. Here I'm showing you the model projections in terms of projected COVID hospitalizations on the left and projected intensive care and bed need on the right-hand side for adults in San Diego County. And these were projections that we made on the 20th of November, which is where the vertical line is. And then you can see the model projection forecasts, the lines and the uncertainty intervals in the dashed lines, as well as what we observed in terms of hospitalizations and ICU beds. So you can see the model has been performing relatively well. There are several model projections for San Diego County. At this time, ours was actually by far the most pessimistic, and unfortunately you can see that the observed hospitalizations were even in excess of our model prediction after the 20th, although on the right-hand side, the ICU bed forecast was fairly good. Just a note when you're looking at these slides and the difference in y-axes between the hospitalizations and intensive care beds. Next slide. So here are the model forecasts of what would happen if there is no change in the recent behavior that we have seen. On the left, the model indicates a continued steep rise in adult COVID-19 confirmed hospitalizations shown in the black, and total hospitalizations shown in the blue in San Diego County, which could exceed available capacity by Christmas. On the right-hand side, the model predicts we could exceed total available ICU capacity in the next week without intervention. I'd like to note that these slides show the estimated available bed capacities. The staffed bed capacities are even lower than this, which you've just heard about from Dr. Wooten, emphasizing the extreme urgency of this situation. Next slide. Now, looking back to what we learned in March, we can use our model to predict what might have happened without the stay-at-home order on March 17th. So based on the change in transmission and hospitalizations that we observed through March and April during this period, the blue line shows what the model calibration to actual data in terms of hospitalizations and mortality. And the black line shows the model projection of what could have occurred had behavior not changed with our March 17 order. Encouraging this indicates a dramatic and critical effect that early intervention had in flattening the curve back in early March. We have done this before, we can do this again. Next slide. Based on the change in transmission risks observed in March, we can use this to simulate what we might expect in the coming weeks with another stay-at-home order now in December. This slide shows the projected adult COVID-19 hospitalizations with no action in black and 3 weeks of a stay-at-home order in blue, where behavior is similar to what we observed in late March during that stay-at-home order period. And then we project in that blue line, after 3 weeks, a return to transmission levels similar to just prior to Thanksgiving, showing a substantial flattening of the curve throughout the December activities. We also present here a scenario with 8 weeks of a sustained transmission reduction behavior here in the orange, showing that flattening as well as sustained reduction throughout the 8-week period into January. Overall, we can see again a substantial benefit of the stay-at-home order on reducing COVID-19 related hospitalizations. There will be a delay until the peak of hospitalizations of approximately 1 to 2 weeks because of that lag between infections and hospitalizations. Now, of course, the actual impacts that we will see with the order will be determined by people's behavior and adherence to the order. On one hand, social distancing fatigue, as well as the upcoming holidays, may reduce the impact of the order. On the other hand, I'd like to note that adherence to masking is much higher than in the previous March period. And so together, I think if we see a substantial reduction in mobility and movement combined with high adherence to masking, we could see a very strong impact. Next slide. Here, this shows the projections in terms of adult intensive care bed use need in the region, again showing the substantial impact that a stay-at-home order could have on flattening the curve and ensuring that we remain within our hospital resource need. And it also shows a similar lag until the peak of intensive care bed need due to this lag between infections and ICU needs. It's important that these model projections do not account for any kind of hospital intervention in terms of cancellation of non-essential surgeries, which could improve ICU capacity in the short term. And I will note that these projections are, the best that we can do right now with the best available current data. We will continue to monitor trends in behavior as well as the impact on hospitalizations and revise the projections as we move through the coming weeks. Next slide. And finally, I just would like to show you some projections that we have made for the Southern California region that falls within the regional stay-at-home order. And overall, just showing a similar story in terms of potential unmanageable increase in adult COVID hospitalizations and ICU bed need without urgent public health action. But if adhered to, the stay-at-home order will flatten the curves and prevent hospitals from being overwhelmed in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Through a health equity lens, San Diego County has implemented preventive measures to flatten the curve with a focus on testing, contact tracing, to quarantine those exposed to positive cases, and isolation for those who are actually infected. I am encouraged that our way through, or our way forward through this pandemic, will be seen through vaccinations to achieve herd immunity. Together, we can flatten the curve again and save lives as we work toward administering COVID-19 vaccines in the coming weeks to prioritized groups. My last few slides will provide an update on the COVID-19 vaccine status. In this next slide, in October this year, the National Academies of Science published a 4-phased approach to vaccine planning with equity as a cross-cutting consideration. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP, the federal advisory committee to the CDC, has looked at these recommendations to refine them further. ACIP has made recommendations for Phase 1A, and they will soon be looking at 1B and considering moving Phase 2, as you see on this slide, into Phase 1. So in the next few weeks, they will be looking at those three, the additional 2 phases, Phase 1B and Phase 2, as a part of the overall Phase 1. So the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice further refined, as stated, this vaccination approach, and Phase 1A includes healthcare personnel and long-term care facility residents. 1B then will include essential workers, education sector, food and agricultural utilities, police, firefighters, correction officers, transportation. And Phase 1C may include adults with high-risk medical conditions. And I say may because ACIP has not met to review 1B and 1C yet. They have only reviewed 1A. In the next slide, looking further at the Phase 1A, B, and C, as stated, they have only approved healthcare personnel and long-term care residents as the first component of Phase 1. They met on Tuesday, December 1st, and those recommendations were approved. The committee will meet again after the Food and Drug Administration, or the FDA, meets this Thursday, December 10th, to review Pfizer's application for emergency use authorization for their vaccine. If the FDA approves Pfizer's vaccine on Thursday, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices will soon meet to approve the remaining prioritization phases for all COVID-19 vaccines recommendations. Also, we are told that upon approval of the FDA, by the FDA, Pfizer vaccines will be shipped within hours to 24 hours to those acute care hospitals that have already registered and received and put in their allocations. On December 20th, the FDA will meet also to consider Moderna's application. In this next slide, the Phase 1A is further prioritized into tiers because we know that we will not initially receive enough vaccines to vaccinate all of those that are in that Phase 1A tier. So at the very top of Tier 1, again, is acute care, psychiatric, and correctional facility hospitals. In San Diego, we have only the first 2, acute care and psychiatric hospitals. So staff are working diligently internal to the county and with external partners to ensure that vaccinations are distributed appropriately when they are sent to San Diego. And in this next slide, I just want to review that California anticipates getting approximately 327,000 doses in mid-December, just after the FDA meets on Thursday. And San Diego County anticipates receiving approximately 28,275 doses of the state's total in this first round. And we anticipate that the second round, which will be in about 3 to 4 weeks, we will get additional vaccines. The State Community Advisory Committee, Vaccine Committee, reviewed the federal recommendations this past week, and their advisory committee members approved the recommendations. The county has convened or developed a COVID-19 vaccine clinical advisory group, which actually meets tonight. And these recommendations will be discussed at that meeting as well. In closing, the surge in cases throughout the nation, the state, and in San Diego County is real. It is happening right now all around us, and we can do something about it by following the stay-at-home order. In alignment with the CDC and the state, please wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask. If you are sick, isolate at home and get tested. And today, if you have not received your influenza vaccination, get vaccinated. And when the COVID-19 vaccine is available, again, get vaccinated. These same actions are factors that will continue to help all San Diegans be COVID safe. And we realize that staying home for many weeks is a sacrifice, but if every San Diegan did this, we can flatten the curve again, as Dr. Martin stated. We have done this before to reduce the stress, particularly to our healthcare system. As a county, region, state, we can come out of this in a way that saves lives and puts us on a future road toward economic recovery. Now please welcome Agency Director Nick Macchione.
Thank you, Dr. Wooten. Our county team has been racing forward to prepare for COVID-19 vaccinations. And as Dr. Wooten pointed, there's still some unknowns. However, we know the importance of having a strong vaccination planning framework to help guide our work. It starts by approaching this planning effort using this 5 C's framework, starting with confidence, ensuring that there's clinical and public confidence in the safety and the effectiveness in administering the vaccine once it's here in San Diego. Convenience, ensuring the ease of access to the vaccine to individuals in the appropriate phases of the rollout, just like we did with T3 for COVID testing. Cultural responsiveness, being sensitive to the unique needs of all communities throughout our entire county. Communication, collaboration, working with and engaging many partners and stakeholders from all sectors to promote the COVID-19 vaccinations. All of this to deal with complacency, making sure all San Diegans understand the importance of the vaccine for themselves, their families, and the resiliency of the entire region. Now, key to uplifting this vaccination framework and strategy is building upon the incredible partnerships developed as part of the county's COVID-19 sectors, our COVID-19 Health Equity Task Forces, and our 500 Live Well partners. Our partners represent organizations and groups from healthcare, governments, business, community, and education, all serving the entire county region. Communication with our partners is bi-directional. They help inform our messaging and strategies, as well as disseminate key tailored information to their people they serve, to their neighborhoods, and their own communities. A backbone support to the vaccination plan is the County of San Diego's Clinical Advisory Group that Dr. Wooten pointed. This group will provide collaboratively with representation from the county and community clinical leaders, which includes physicians and nurses and pharmacists. They will provide guidance with a lens of health equity to the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine. This group is being led by tri-chairs. First, Dr. Rodney Hood, the founder and CEO of the Multicultural Health Foundation and chair of the San Diego COVID-19 Health Equity Task Force. By the way, he's also a member of the governor's COVID-19 Vaccine Task Force. Dr. Gail Knight, the Chief Medical Officer of Rady Children's Hospital and will be representing the San Diego Hospital's Chief Medical Officer's COVID-19 Advisory Group. And lastly, one of our own, Dr. Ankita Kadakia, Medical Director of the County of San Diego's Health and Human Service Agencies for Public Health Services. As noted by Dr. Wooten, the first meeting of this group is later today, and they'll be hitting the ground running as the first allocations of the vaccine is anticipated to be arriving in the next few weeks. Their first task will be to develop the regional guidance for prioritizing the vaccine of Phase 1A populations based on state and federal guidance. While we're ramping up our vaccination plans for COVID-19, we continue to hold strong in our seasonal flu vaccination campaign, achieving now over 1 million vaccinations. But we're also making strides in our T3 testing efforts. As you can see in this chart, testing has been increasing over the region steadily over the last few weeks, dipping only during the Thanksgiving holiday. In fact, we hit a regional high right before Thanksgiving on November 21st with a 7-day average of 23,346 tests. And again, this is tremendous work from our hospital labs, our own public health lab, our partner lab with Helix, and all the other commercial labs. The surge of testing and cases has significantly affected our disease investigations, though. As these high volumes, we are able to investigate about 52% of all cases in the 24 hours. To improve timeliness, we've increased our staffing supports to get back to the 90% goal we established for ourselves. Our entire county team continues to give it their all each and every day in the fight against this pandemic. From our testing teams, to our public health lab, to our disease investigators, to our public health nurses, mental health and social workers helping the homeless, the newly infected and scared. They continue to work extremely hard against increasing demands by this pandemic, and we appreciate the hundreds of staff who worked through their recent Thanksgiving holiday to help protect and serve San Diegans during this difficult time. Now, treat has always meant more to us than just treating the COVID-19 positive individual. It's about supporting the individuals, their families and communities and businesses affected by this pandemic. As cases surge and more people need our help, these services play an even more critical role helping our fellow San Diegans weather this COVID chaos. You're all aware of Operation Shelter to Home, which moved individuals already in shelters into the San Diego Convention Center. Doing so provided a safer environment, served over 3,500 individuals to date. With public health nurse screenings and benefit assessments, the county has played an active role in this program in partnership with the City of San Diego and the local community clinics. That includes in the recent and first significant outbreak at the center. We have moved dozens of positive individuals from the convention center into our public health rooms. Overall, our temporary lodging program for those affected by COVID-19 needing a safe place to stay has housed over 2,700 individuals in our public health rooms. Many of those housed were families. The people in their rooms are provided with the transportation to the hotel, 3 meals a day, laundry services, Wi-Fi, so children can continue their remote school learning. We provide daily wellness checks and connections to other services such as housing and behavioral health. For those who test positive for COVID-19, our isolation support nurse helpline has expanded beyond just providing individuals testing at our county sites with their results, but making sure they're okay in their homes. Our amazing team of nurses and helpline specialists have taken a wraparound lens to focus on care coordination by calling and connecting them to essential services such as telehealth, mental health, and food services. In fact, we found through this program that almost half the individuals who needed additional services needed help with basic needs like food assistance. Through your board's support and direction, we launched the COVID-19 Positive Recovery Stipend Program to ensure that those who are sick and asked to isolate have the resources available to support the COVID-19 related expenses. Through the COVID-19 Positive Recovery Stipend Program, the county is providing a stipend of $1,000 for employed individuals who are confirmed COVID-19 positive and not otherwise eligible for paid time off or state unemployment benefits. Over 4,300 individuals have been processed for this program to date. This program is just one of the many actions your board has taken to treat our region. From great places to child care programs and more recently allocating $20 million to support small business. through a stimulus grant program, the county has been proactively providing safety net services ahead of this now third wave. Being prepared helps not only individuals, but also our local economy and business as well. I'd like to now turn it over to Vince Nicoletti, who is leading additional efforts to support our business partners adapt to the changing environment this third wave has caused. Vince.
On August 4th, the county established the Safe Reopening Compliance Team to serve as the regional lead for complaints regarding possible violations of the public health order. To date, the team has received over 8,000 complaints, working with cities across the region to address them. The team includes a call center that's staffed 24/7, for which complaints are anonymous. We also respond to emails received. We've trained team members on an approach with the intent of helping businesses or entities navigate the health order. We remind ourselves that, like much of the world, those we are reaching out to have had their lives turned upside down and are doing what they can to survive. Since shifting to the purple tier, roughly 75% of complaints are regarding an entity which is operating that is prohibited or restricted in some manner under the health order. An example would be indoor operations that were prohibited, such as a gym or fitness center. 25% of complaints are regarding an entity not fully complying with their safe reopening plan. This can include a lack of proper mask adherence or social distancing. The team remains committed to the August 4th board direction, focusing on those complaints that are operations prohibited or restricted under the health order. This chart shows our average daily complaints each week since the Safe Reopening Compliance Team was established. Each bar represents the average number of complaints received each day that week. The average daily complaints has ranged from 40 to 50 for most of the time. However, following our move into the purple tier, daily complaints increased significantly and have averaged from 150 to 200 in recent weeks. Yesterday, we had 400 complaints. As a result of increased complaints and violations upon entering the purple tier, starting the week of November 23rd, the county expanded the Safe Reopening Compliance Team to add team members from the Sheriff's Department and District Attorney to help resolve violations more swiftly. This expanded team is a regional presence addressing violations within cities as well as the unincorporated communities. 8 team members from the Sheriff are now embedded as part of the compliance team. The combined team has a field presence 7 days a week. The District Attorney has also increased involvement with the team. Additionally, the Public Health Officer has delegated authority for cease and desist orders to the Safe Reopening Compliance Team to allow for quicker issuance of orders when needed. Since the compliance team was established, the goal has always been to resolve violations with voluntary compliance. This has been accomplished for the majority of cases to date. The compliance and enforcement process is unique for each case. However, the process typically starts with a phone call to the business or entity in question. Site visits can be conducted as well as education, including what steps could be taken to navigate the health order. Staff look for options to shift business operations outdoors, as well as share resources that may be available to assist businesses. When it's determined that a violation exists, the business or entity does not fully come into compliance, a cease and desist order may be issued. Following issuance of a cease and desist order, the compliance officers will remain in contact with that business or entity to monitor for any changes that may resolve the violation. When monitoring shows a violation continues, the compliance team schedules a joint inspection with the embedded sheriff team members. If the joint inspection shows the violation still exists, the Sheriff's Department may issue a citation or submit the case to the District Attorney for review. Following movement into the purple tier on November 14th, there was a sharp increase in cases where voluntary compliance wasn't achieved after initial inspection and engagement. Since November 14th, we've issued 140 cease and desist orders for violations of the public health order. As we continue to do follow-up inspections for locations that have received these cease and desist orders, we're finding that roughly 84% thus far have come into compliance. Roughly 12% have continued the violation. The remaining percentage were either closed or inaccessible when we were inspected. For the 12% that remained in violation, the Sheriff's Department has begun referring cases to the District Attorney. We recognize the tremendous sacrifice all businesses and entities are making to follow the health order. These sacrifices are making a difference in protecting public health and saving lives. We thank everyone for these contributions. This completes the update on compliance. Next, Andy Pease will provide the fiscal update.
Thank you, Vince. Good morning. The slide before you reflect our estimated use of CARES Act funds as well as county funds for our various programs and stimulus efforts through December 30th of this year. Your board has allocated approximately $430 million of CARES Act and county funds toward our COVID response and economic and community investments. Now, the reason December 30th is an important date is because current statute requires CARES Act funds to be used by December 30th or they are to be returned to the U.S. Treasury. Now, that does not apply to the county funds, but it does for CARES Act. A fourth federal stimulus package, which continues to be considered in D.C., could push that deadline until later, but as of today, there is no guarantee that one will pass. The slide in front of you is slightly busier than the prior finance slides, so let me take a moment to orient you to the table. The first column shows the list of programs and various projects that this board has implemented in response to COVID-19. They range from our basic county response efforts to our test, trace, and treat strategy, rental assistance, business stimulus funds, the Great Plates programs, the Employee Income Stipend Program, remote learning, etc. Most of these programs were funded with CARES Act and some were augmented with county funds, but technically all of these programs are eligible for CARES Act funding. The green column shows the total combined CARES Act and county funds allocated for all these efforts, totaling $431.3 million. Please note that at the bottom it includes an additional anticipated interest earnings of $1.7 million. The next column shows the total estimated amount that is projected to be spent by December 30th, which we are estimating at around $414.7 million, for a total underspending of $14.9. The next two columns show you where we are over and underspending. Again, as it pertains to December 30th, it is really the CARES Act that is tied to that cutoff date. And that last column shows that some programs are projecting to overspend their allotted CARES Act funds and some under. But overall, we are expected to fully use our CARES Act funding. T3 continues to be the one area where we see the largest growth and the largest investment, which isn't surprising as the costs have a strong and direct correlation to the trajectory of the pandemic. With the recent surge, we continue to see significant growth in the areas of testing and tracing and treatment, more staff, greater amount of tests in any given day, and so forth. And as we move into a focus on vaccination efforts, we'll see even greater investments. We have already allocated funds for the acquisition of freezers and other infrastructure so that we are ready when those vaccines arrive. Although we see rental assistance as underspending by December 30th, that does not mean the program will not utilize these dollars. It simply means that they are not expected to spend all of their dollars by the end of December, which means that those costs that are incurred after December 30th would not be eligible for CARES Act, and we will need to use the county funds. The business stimulus program was recently augmented with an additional $20 million by this board, and as the board allocates these additional funds to businesses, we estimate that these dollars could all be used up by December 30th. The COVID-19 Emergency Income Stipend Program continues to grow, which is also tied to the surge in cases. The program continues to receive applications. As Nick said, we've had over 4,300 to date and could easily spend $7 million or more by the end of the year. At this moment, we are spending approximately $7 million a week toward our ongoing efforts. And although CARES Act ends in a few weeks, these programs will continue to be of value to the community going forward. To best leverage our funds, we recommend that we use the CARES Act and the county funds interchangeably amongst these programs as needed to ensure that we maximize our use of CARES Act funds first and then leverage our county funds so we can continue to deliver services. We recommend that these programs, including the Great Plates programs and the Income Stipend Program, continue beyond December 30th, and we can provide an update for consideration at the January 12th board hearing. If a fourth stimulus bill passes, we could use any new funds allocated to county to cover any shortfall in the CARES Act or county funds, and hopefully by the next board hearing, we will have information on a stimulus bill. We also know that the governor's proposed budget is due out in early January, and we'll see if it has additional funding for counties. In the meantime, we'll continue to pursue other funding sources, other opportunities, including looking at FEMA and other program revenues, as well as any future interest earnings from our trust fund to help cover these costs. This concludes my update, and I'll turn it back over to Don.
Thanks, Andy. In addition to receiving this COVID response update, we recommend your board take the following actions with respect to this item. Ratify all actions previously taken in response to this local health emergency and local emergency and take any other action necessary to address the COVID-19 pandemic emergency response. Subject to your questions, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Don, and all of the other presenters this morning. Very comprehensive report, and we appreciate all the work that you're doing. Before we get into public testimony, I believe we have 31 speakers. Let me ask if any of my colleagues have any questions they wanted to raise at this time with staff.
Chairman, I just have a quick question for Dr. Wooten. Dr. Wooten, the new CDC guidance came out on quarantine period. I'm wondering if we will be making changes on the local level for our guidance on quarantine periods.
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Gaspar. Yes, we will. CDC's recommendation, they still maintain that you should quarantine for 14 days, but now there are options to quarantine for either 7 or 10 days. We as in health officers have met with the state, CDPH, and are looking at going with the 10-day, but again, it does not replace the 14-day period. But we will be updating our documentation to reflect that additional option. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And finally, it might be a question for the legal team, but has the governor weighed in on public plazas? For example, if a family were to go get coffee at a local coffee shop and then take that coffee to a public table, is that something that's allowable under the governor's new orders?
That's an excellent question that I don't know the answer to. If it is just one member of a household, I don't believe that they have put restrictions on gatherings of the members of a household. But the problem is that if they were to go to if it's a public plaza, that may be viewed as an outdoor dining, and of course, you know, outdoor dining is not allowed. So if it was to a public park, I think that would be one thing, but I don't think we'd be allowing any kind of outdoor dining in a commercial type of a setting. So I think it would probably depend upon the circumstances. That's my best guess, but I'd ask the public health.
Yeah, it's a perplexing one because, as you know, there are lots of areas that have fountain walls, benches, public plaza spaces. So just something that came to mind. Thanks.
Any questions? Supervisor Jacob.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions. One is, do we have any statistics that separate cases in outdoor activities versus indoor? And I include outdoor dining as a part of the outdoor activities. That's my first question. The second question on the complaints that we've received, same question basically on the complaints. Do we have a separation of how many complaints we've received on outdoor activities versus indoor?
So I will start with the first question, if that's okay. Supervisor Jacob, we do not have any clear data separating out exposures. We do have a lot of data that's in our COVID-19 watch where we ask people where they potentially could have been exposed. But as you all know, it's very difficult to say exactly in most cases where people most people contracted the illness. So in short answer, no, we do not have indoor versus outdoor information.
Just a comment on that, I think that might be very, very important to have that if there is a way to refine the information. On the complaints, same question, indoor versus outdoor?
Sure. For the complaints, we don't have a differentiation in the 8,000 complaints, whether it was indoor or outdoor. However, I can say that it runs the gamut. Many of them are for outdoor operations, whether it's people in a beach or a park or on the street, as well as outdoor dining where people might not be wearing masks appropriately, and then many of the complaints as well for indoor operations that are prohibited or restricted.
Yeah, I think on both of those, to me, I think that would be very, very important information to have. And maybe there's no difference. Maybe the complaints and the cases are are equal with indoor and outdoor types of activities. But I think that would be very valuable information to have locally.
Supervisor Jager, it just came to mind that, during the period when there was no indoor dining, we could compare those periods with when it was allowed when indoor dining was allowed, and maybe compare those two situations. And we'll look at trying to do that.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Chair.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yeah, I think after public comment, I'm sure we'll have additional discussions, but just to put on the table, I think I would make a motion to add to the recommendations. At our last emergency board meeting, you and I brought forward economic relief for businesses that have been impacted by the purple tier. The aim was to help businesses that are having to close what they're doing because of it. We're now under the regional stay-at-home order, and so I would make a motion to add to the recommendations that we make those same funds available to all the businesses that are being negatively impacted by the regional tiered system that we're now in place. So all those folks, in addition to purple, who've been added to the closure requirements, I think we ought to make those same $20 million available to all of them.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, and we're going to go to public testimony as soon as we have any other questions, and then we'll come back and pick up that motion. I think Supervisor Vice Chairman Desmond has some additional motions he wants to make also. So any other comments by my colleagues before we get to the public testimony? Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the, I guess this is for Andy with the CARES Act dollars, and I guess the excess dollars that are being kind of shifted around. I couldn't follow them all. But I know we had at one point said if we had excess dollars, we would go to the food banks. Some of those dollars would go to the food banks. And I didn't see any additional dollars going there. Could you kind of explain why they're not included as getting some of these leftover dollars to go into the food banks?
Certainly, Supervisor. So, and I don't know if we can go back to that one slide. Prior board actions, the board had allocated $5.5 million to the food banks, and those have all been allocated to there. There were also additional dollars allocated to the Great Plates program. And my understanding was that if there ultimately was CARES Act funding left over from these programs, that we would consider allocating that to the food banks. At this point, you do see the Great Plates does have $100,000 that we were estimating as underspending by December 30th. So certainly there could be consideration to allocate that under the food bank. I think that might meet the intent. However, you see that we're fully leveraging all of our CARES Act dollars to cover costs in other areas, in particular the income stipend area and the T3 program.
Okay, well, I might be including that as part of the motion to put that at least $100K to go to the San Diego County Food Bank. Thank you.
Okay, any other board comments before we get to the public testimony? Seeing none, it's my understanding we have 31 speakers. I'm going to ask that they each limit themselves to 2 minutes and try not to be repetitive, but certainly we're interested in hearing your comments today. So if the clerk will go ahead and call up the first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also note for the record that we received 51 e-comments on this item. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. Then you'll need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record, and as the chairman indicated, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. You'll hear the sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. And I'll remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Aaron, if you could please identify the first caller.
Yes, our first caller is 4978. 4978.
Hello, this is Richard Golden. I care about our healthcare and frontline workers and their families. We need bold local programs and policies to suppress and contain the virus, to have good public health, safer schools, and a good economy. 1, super expand the public health rooms temporary lodging program to help prevent household transmission and vis-a-vis community transmission. 2, enforce the stay-at-home order with roadblock checkpoints on all Indian reservations. COVID parties are not essential travel for California residents. 3, enact entrance metering, duration, and capacity requirements for retail, grocery, takeout food establishments, exactly in accordance with yesterday's email, to stop community transmission and make it safer for everyone. There are too many people in there breathing on each other and the employees for too long a period of time. Businesses chose not to operate safely and follow protocols, and that is why we are here and need regulation. 4, send schools on a 7-week Christmas break so they can reopen safely on February 1st. 5, appoint a test scheduling QA coordinator. We can prevent many of the false negatives and get better surveillance testing through better scheduling supervision on HealthBook Scheduler. The rest of my comments will be emailed as it is too long. We are in the middle of a pandemic. The goalposts are not moving. We are getting farther away from them. The region is irrelevant. We all need to preserve hospital and public health rooms capability. Stop lying about red tier businesses not contributing to the spread. We had outdoor dining and church outbreaks. They were in the brief. Stop lying and covering up church outbreaks. Thank you to our healthcare workers and essential workers and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6444. 6444.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, hi, my name is Adam Fisher, and I'm a parent in the San Diego Union High School District. And I'm working with other parents to ensure that any reopening of schools is allowed under CDPH requirements and advisable given the current situation and the school safety protocols. 1, please update the San Diego County guidance on reopening schools to be in compliance with that of the state CDPH. Only schools that opened while we're in the red tier can continue to be open and in some cases expand their opening while we're in the purple tier. The key point is what is considered open. In the county schools fact, it states the day that a school initiates in-person education for a portion or all of the student body constitutes the school having reopened for in-person education. However, according to the state CDPH schools fact, it says schools that were operating only in the manner permitted under the cohorting guidance are not open. For example, a school serving 10 students for in-person instruction under the cohorting guidance is not open for in-person instruction. If a school is operating in-person instruction, but only at a scale that falls within the state cohorting guidance with no more than 14 students and 2 teachers in the largest cohort, then that school is not open and cannot expand in-person instruction in the purple tier. The county messaging to schools should be revised to address this. And 2, the state CDPH requirements also state that if a school is implementing a phased reopening while the county was in the red tier, the school site may continue their phased reopening when the county reverts back to the purple tier, if authorized by the local health officer. The county should exercise the local health officer authorization to ensure that any expanded reopening of a school in the purple tier is prudent. A school should not be authorized to go from less than 1% or even less than 10% of students on campus, only on a limited special needs basis, to 50% of its students on campus, as an example, at least not with the county this far into the purple tier, and certainly not without extremely robust safety protocols. For example, the safety protocols in the San Diego district are lacking severely relative to expert recommendations from UCSD and elsewhere in areas such as ventilation and filtration, physical distancing, testing, and community spread thresholds.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5587. 5587.
My name is Dr. Holly Yang. I'm president of the San Diego County Medical Society and represent over 4,600 physicians, retired docs, and medical students. And I want to thank and encourage our public health officer, Dr. Wooten, staff, and those on the board who are promoting the health of San Diego by asking our citizens to follow the California COVID guidance. To ensure that the extraordinary efforts of the medical community is successful, everyone must follow the guidance from the state so that we can act with one purpose of stopping the surge of COVID-19. Our citizens need to access the hospitals for other reasons besides COVID, and we need to make sure that we have the capacity to provide the best care possible. To willingly flaunt public health recommendations at this time is dangerous and puts all of us at risk. Our hospitals are filling up. Our healthcare community is working extremely hard in a way we have never had to in the past to make sure everyone is well cared for. At the same time, there's a limit to what our staffing can do, and this is true all over the country. We are at a critical moment We are tired. Many of us are suffering financially and emotionally, and the entire livelihoods are at risk. I want to thank the board for supporting businesses and individuals with assistance programs so people can get some of the help that they need. The majority of people in our community are doing the best they can. I want to encourage people to continue to wear a mask, wash your hands, stay 6 feet apart, and avoid being indoors with anyone you do not live with in your house. If you do see others, do it outside, 6 feet apart with masks on. And if you have a pod, please talk to your pod to make sure everyone is following the guidelines. If you are sick, stay home, period. Get testing when appropriate and do not travel for the holidays this year, please. We have not yet seen the full impact of Thanksgiving travel on our hospitalizations and death rates. And get vaccinated as soon as you are able. The fastest way to reopen our economy is to get this virus under control. The longer people continue to engage in behaviors that are higher risk, the more the virus will spread, and the longer our community will be under restrictions. We must come together as a county and a region. Patient care does not stop at the county line, as some may suggest. The healthcare system will move patients when necessary to make sure they get care. So as a piece of the Southern California community, we must do our part. Thank you again to our Public Health Department, county staff, and our Board of Supervisors, especially Supervisor Cox and Supervisor Fletcher for your leadership during this pandemic and for caring for our county in extraordinary times.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9960. 9960.
Hi, this is Lauren Sanders, and I'm just calling because I am very, very upset with how the board has been handling this pandemic. And it's honestly sickening hearing some of these people talk too about just more closures and more restrictions. This is America. Like, we are free to be able to provide for our families without you, the Board of Supervisors, without Governor Newsom telling us we can and can't. It is completely unconstitutional to have the sheriffs come and cite local business owners who are trying to provide for their families and pay their bills. There is nothing that we can do to provide. You guys are literally tying us up and telling us just to stay in our houses. It is not okay. There's a huge, the bigger pandemic here is depression, is suicide, is elder abuse, is children getting abused. Nobody's talking about the other issues. All you guys want to do is sit there with your models and talk about how, oh, this could have happened and this could have happened, and talk about cases. That on your slides, it was 1.1% of deaths from cases. That is so low. And you guys want to mandate everybody getting a vaccine that has a 90% chance of helping you. That is outrageous. Our immune system end pandemics. Locking us inside our house does not end pandemics. People are going to resist. People do not admire you. The only person on that board who has done anything for us is Jim Desmond. And he is the only person who cares about us. You know what? All of you should get rid of your salaries until we can open up freely. Give it up. If you guys are so high and mighty, give up your salaries and give them to people that are suffering, because at your hands, Wilma, she should retire. She is terrible. The models are terrible. Everything that you guys are doing is not for our health. This is control. And the minute that this becomes a mandate to get this vaccine, there's going to be problems in our society. And I hope you guys know that you guys are contributing to this pandemic of mental health, and people are pissed. And the sheriff needs to stand down. I know, I don't care. The sheriff needs to stand down. If any more businesses get shut down because of this bullshit, we're done.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next caller is 6784. 6784.
Good morning. My name is Marty Martinez. According to the CDC, 218,000 Americans died in 2018 due to chronic respiratory diseases, influenza, and pneumonia. Today, a big concern is death from COVID-19, a disease, I believe, similar to a severe strain of influenza. To help me put the current situation in perspective, I reviewed the county COVID-19 mortality data and compared it to previous influenza pneumonia seasons. Assuming the county flu season started on September 27th, as of December 6th, 286 people have been classified as died from COVID-19. By extrapolating the trend line to April 18th, the end of the flu season, one can estimate there will be approximately 750 COVID deaths in the county this season, or approximately 22 deaths per 100,000 population. Again, 22. Compare that to 30 in 2000, 28 in 2001, and 22 in 2002. My reference is the County Live Stories catalog data. The county has a history of severe pneumonia influenza seasons, even worse compared to the trend so far this season. If there was no shutdown in past years, then why the shutdown today? All year, it's been a psychological operation to instill fear in the population. Fear there is no cure. Fear because a test of unknown accuracy and reliability says positive, but the cycle threshold is too high to be meaningful. Or fear there won't be a normal unless we take vaccines that have not been thoroughly tested and are being pushed by people who have obvious conflicts of interest. I respectfully request this board recognize these concerns and make COVID-19 decisions that support the people under the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4976. 4976.
Good morning. My name is Brenda DeAngelis, and I'm a native, Vista native. I wanted to thank the chairman, the members of the board, Jim Desmond of my district, for this opportunity to speak. I know I speak for many families in my area, not just myself. The closures and restrictions that have negatively affected my family in the following ways. Number one, the mental and emotional health of my children with no community sports. As a homeschool family, this has devastatingly impacted my family in the negative. This year, my oldest daughter entered therapy because she could not be with friends and family due to fears perpetuated by a flu with a 99.98% chance of recovery in her age range. Number two, closures of parks and beaches, libraries directly affected my younger children. Places that I use to enhance my children's emotional and educational well-being were suddenly off limits. An outdoor play structure to the community was off limits, but I could pay to put my kids in daycare to use an indoor play structure. My son, who was 3, now 4, cried every time we passed a park or the beach. He cried. Number 3, the closures of churches, a place of spiritual and mental rejuvenation, is most surprising and devastating of all. A Gallup poll recently done suggests those with greater ratings of mental well-being were attendance of weekly religious services, with a rise in mental health from 2019 to 2020 from 42% to 46%. Reporting their psyche of being in excellent health. Number 4, my husband's business in the fitness industry, a place that promotes health and wellness, is devastated. You can be inside but 6 feet apart. No, outside 6 feet apart and only with face masks and maybe green shoes. I mean, who knows? There's no ability to meet with my clients. It greatly diminished my business. Also, the complete closure of businesses and mom and pops in my area like Mother Earth and whatnot brings about devastating impacts to my community, including things like homelessness and vagrants.
Thank you. Your time is
not
up.
more.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next caller is 2752. 2752.
Good morning, Paula Stager, Artistic Laser Productions. Since with the exception of Jim Desmond, what the callers say is falling on deaf ears, I'm not speaking to you, but to the listening audience. Everybody needs to wear a mask, wash your hands and stay 6 feet apart, quarantine if you test positive. But it's time to just go about your daily lives and don't let the politicians take away your rights. Our year started out as being our best year of 20 years in business, and we lost $60,000 worth of contracts that were ready to be signed, and who knows how much more we would have done. Businesses aren't the problem. When was the last time you were in a business that wasn't obeying the COVID protocols? It's the private, non-COVID safe gatherings, protest events, etc., with no distancing and no masks that are the problem. Even elected officials, Newsom included, haven't followed protocol. Wake up, people. I was 7 when the Hong Kong flu of '65 hit. Sickest I've ever been. My dad, too, and my mom almost died. The world didn't shut down then, and we got through it. Statistics show the percentage of the population getting sick or dying does not warrant these draconian measures. The governmental reaction to this is no different than when we put Japanese American citizens in internment camps simply because they were from the country we were at war with. I'm done. I'm going to work wherever and whenever I can in a COVID-safe manner. And I don't think anyone will stop me. I have a feeling I won't be the only one either. Here's a Facebook post I found. Quote, if they can make the entire world population wear masks in 4 months, why can't they make the entire world eat vegetables or exercise? If you can close businesses at will without a thought for anyone's livelihood, why not close the junk food producers or the porn industry? If junk food, alcohol, and cigarettes kill 21 million people every year, why are those items constantly available? Awake yet? I couldn't agree more. I hope the board will be heroes and not heels and vote to stand by us and stop being so afraid of the governor. Thank you for your time, and I really hope that this time you'll listen to us.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0297. 0297.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Robert Wiltfang. I'd like to thank to the 3 supervisors that are leaving this board for the service to this county. You've made this county an awesome place to live. However, I am completely disgusted by this board for failing to support Supervisor Jim Desmond's motion back in September to not enforce the state COVID restrictions on businesses. The state restrictions are arbitrary, unfair, designed so that no one could achieve the green level, and are ridiculous. COVID-19 is survivable by 99.9% of individuals under the age of 50, but yet everyone is being lumped together. Now, as a county, we are also lumped together with other counties. We are trying to combat this pandemic by wearing masks and practicing social distancing. We cannot shut down an economy in the state for this. High-risk individuals and the elderly should take extra precautions, I agree. Mr. Desmond has got it right from the very beginning to keep businesses open and to follow safety precautions. Business owners have spent thousands of dollars to be safe. This board has been like sheep and doing whatever the state says, even though it is completely wrong. Sheep get ruled by wolves. Each of you enjoy knowing each day that you'll receive a guaranteed government salary, whereas hundreds of thousands of San Diegos are unemployed or worry each night how they can survive. This board has done nothing to help us. We need to get back to work, and we will safely. With these new restrictions going into effect, it will cause more businesses to fail and more unemployment. This insanity has got to stop. Definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, but yet here we go again. I find it interesting that many local county sheriffs are refusing to enforce our governor's orders, yet our San Diego sheriff is an outcast and is now enforcing these orders. Sheriff Bianco from the Riverside County just posted a clip explaining why he won't enforce these restrictions. Finally, a government official with common sense. Why is it that businesses have to close where they serve 30 people, but yet it was allowed that 30,000 people march in our streets to yell, spit at police officers, riot, and loot businesses?
Thank you, sir. Your time is
If you
up.
can't,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4497. 4497.
Hello, my name is Angie, and I'm calling to see what you guys are going to do about our teens in this county. We have had almost a doubling of teen suicides if you look at quarter 1 and quarter 2 in 2020 compared to quarter 1 and 2 in 2019. That is a substantial number, and I don't see you guys doing anything about it. You guys knew back in September, you guys had an update, and they told you all about the suicidal ideations being extremely high in hospitals, and teens are suffering. And I don't see you guys doing a thing about it. People keep calling in, people talk to you about it, and they're ignored. And they need to stop being ignored, because this is worse than the pandemic when you have a doubling almost of suicides. And that's not even including the drug overdoses that we've had of kids that are 15 to 19. And I think that is doubling as well. So somebody needs to do something. Last week alone in Orange County, they had 3 teen suicides. They're not being addressed, and it needs to be addressed quickly, or you guys are going to go down in history as doing nothing for these kids, and it's going to be way, way, way worse than COVID ever was. And I also have a couple questions for Wilma Wooten in the health department. I'm wondering what the change on October 31st that keeps people considered COVID for the whole time they're in there instead of the 10 days, what effect that is having on our ICUs? Is it making those numbers higher than they should be? And also, I'm also curious as to why, if you look at the HHS data, why 3 of our biggest hospitals, knowing that we were going to be having a surge of COVID patients coming in, why they decreased their beds by over 200 at the end of October. And that's all I have. Thank you. I hope you can answer these questions for me.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1153. 1153. Please press star. Oh, here you go.
Hi, I'm Wendy Jonathan, and first I'd like to thank all the supervisors for your commitment to the citizens of San Diego County. I and other residents are concerned as to how the governor created the regions for the next phase of lockdowns. California has approximately 40 million residents. Governor Newsom has created 5 regions. One would think they would be equitable, similar sizes of population or areas, or the areas would be geographically close together. But that isn't the case. Southern California region has 5 of the largest counties in California, which include Los Angeles County, over 10 million, San Diego County, over 3 million, Orange County, over 3 million, Riverside County, over almost 2.5 million, and San Bernardino County, over 2 million. Those 5 counties alone account for 55% of the state's population. Los Angeles County alone should be their own region, since they comprise 25% of the state's population. The length of California is 770 miles. As a retired teacher, I'm alarmed as to how the governor sees Southern California is including Mono County, which is in the eastern central portion of California and is approximately 450 miles from San Diego County. These maps are not equitable. My husband and I have a home in the Embarcadero area of downtown San Diego, and I'm truly concerned about our businesses and our community. The lockdown should not be by the governor's region, since one county cannot influence another county. As we enter the flu and cold season, we need to be safely wearing our masks and social distancing. But ultimately, our businesses and community cannot survive this open and closed policy. This is hurting our business owners and those they employ. And this just increases the economic divide between our citizens. Please petition the state to redraw the regions that recognizes San Diego's unique character and enables a reopening as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5094. 5094.
Hi. Good morning or afternoon now. Thank you for allowing us a chance to speak. Thank you for your service to the community. I just want to say something. I was driving in downtown Vista, last week, and I was proud looking at all of the restaurants who had set up their outdoor dining, and it's so sad, all the restrictions, but I was proud of them for being able to pivot and spend the money to do this. And now to have another lockdown. I mean, I remember back to 15 days, just 15 days to flatten the curve. Listen, if we never go anywhere, we won't get anything. If we never get in our car, we'll never get in a car accident. But I'm pretty sure that our Constitution guarantees our rights endowed by our Creator for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And what I'm hearing are charts, restrictions, and compliance. I want to encourage all who are listening right now and public servants to remember, let's not get drunk on power and control and charts and stats and fear. Remember who we are in the United States of America and the rights of liberty that we have, and that's what makes us great. Thank you for listening. I'm praying for all of you, even those I don't agree with, and I pray that we would just take a close look at our hearts in this time and realize people are hurting. People have been pivoting to these demands, but at some point, enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. And could you please state your name for the record?
I'm Jessie Vecchio.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6823. 6823.
Good morning. My name is Timothy Crowder. So recently, in response to the local health
emergency, the Chief Administrative Officer made the following business impact statement. Quote, "This action will help support individuals, families, and small businesses impacted by COVID-19, end quote. The list I'm going to read you is a result of this board's acceptance of those actions and its so-called support. The following businesses are now closed: 85 Degrees C Bakery, Cafe, Point Loma; Amarin Thai; Apollonia Greek Bistro in UTC; Artisan Noodle Tatsuki; B. Mo's Sandwiches; Bang Bang; Bar Pink; Bibigo Kitchen; Bo Kitchen; Boomers; Brick and Bell Cafe in PB; Burger Lounge in the Gas Lamp; Buster's Beach House; Cafe 1134 in Coronado; Cafe on Park; Casa Sol Imar; Champagne Bakery; Ches Loma; Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers; Coyote Ugly; Crab Catcher; Crush in Solana Beach; Culture Brewing Ocean Beach; Donovan's Steak and Chop House; The Dubliner; Duckfoot East Village; Ibisu Sushi; El Jardin; Escondido Brewing; Five Guys Pacific Beach; Fuddruckers, all of them.
Thank you, sir.
It's time for the board to start paying attention to the real emergency in our community. It's our small businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8374. 8374.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Radine and I live in Oceanside. I just want to reiterate what a lot of people have said, but we can be open and we can be safe. The governor keeps yanking us around. He keeps changing the rules without warning, and he has recently decided to lump us into this massive Southern California region. We are not LA, we are San Diego. We have a unique culture here. We have businesses that have done everything that they can to meet the health guidelines, and it's worked. They are responsible for a very small percentage of the recent outbreaks, and yet they are being punished because hospitalization rates in other areas have gone up. And it is ridiculous that these business owners who have put in thousands and thousands of dollars to meet the guidelines had no warning and were suddenly shut down, even though they have no responsibility for any of the current outbreaks. We live in a country that has the principle of being innocent until proven guilty. But under Newsom, we are guilty until we're proven innocent. He's locking up people who are healthy. He's shutting down businesses that are not contributing to the outbreak, and it is criminal. And I'm asking the supervisors of San Diego to stand up for San Diego County and refuse to be part of a giant regional lockdown. We can care for San Diego. We can create guidelines that work for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3488. 3488.
Hi, this is Shane McCool. The governor broke California up into 5 regions for this new lockdown unfairly. It almost looks like he's setting SoCal up to fail. Why is San Diego County lumped in with LA and Riverside counties? If everyone will compute the total population of each county in each of the governor's 5 regions, you will find this. The Bay Area region, 8.5 million residents. Greater Sacramento region, where Governor Newsom lives, 3 million residents. SoCal region, where we are, 21 million residents. How is that fair? LA County alone has 10 million residents. Riverside County, 2.5 million. LA's been in purple the whole time since March, and our county was lumped in with LA. Supervisors, you need to fight for our county to be treated equitably, just as it appears the Sacramento region was. And why isn't the county and our state looking at targeting zip codes like New Jersey and New York already started to? Because we are now in the worst performing region, outdoor dining was stopped. Outdoor dining is being used as a scapegoat unfairly. Look at the stats. The September CDC study was not a study. It was a survey that included indoor dining. There still is no data on how many get COVID by eating outside. It's not okay how politicians throw the word science around conveniently, then do what they want. Out in large groups, go to Hawaii on their annual November trip. Did your wife go, Supervisor Fletcher? Restaurant owners, you could always call your outdoor area a peaceful protest area for takeout eating. Protests are always allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6811. 6811. You may be muted on your end. We're having a hard time hearing you. Six, 6811. We will come back to you since we're unable to hear you. Oh. We will move on to, oh, are you still 6811? Looks like you're trying to call back in. You're unmuted if you'd like to address the board. And we still aren't able to hear you. You may be having cell phone reception issues on your end. We will come back to you. We're going to move on to 7,000. 7,000. 7000. You have to press *6 to unmute yourself. If not, we'll move on to 7978. 7978. We'll move on to 3343. 3343.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, okay, you can hear me. Hi, this is Teresa. So, as the Board of Supervisors, you all have the power to veto the health order. Our governor has gone to court against legislator Kevin Kiley. The courts deemed that what he's doing is unconstitutional. I know Mr. Desmond has tried multiple times to get some sort of motion to pass. Unfortunately, not enough people support him in the vote. I want to remind you all that the CARES Act money dries up end of the year, December 31st. We were talking about some of the funds on an earlier slide. And I'm just curious what the board plans to do after that, because everyone who gets a test, someone has to pay for it. Anytime there's case data, someone's paying for that. So when that money runs dry, can we go back to normal then? Will there be any more financial incentive to continue this madness? And as other people have stated earlier, it seems very unfair to lump San Diego in with other regions, including LA, when our hospital is doing just fine. I don't personally own a restaurant or business, but I do sympathize with all the people that put all their money into retrofitting and doing all the requirements, but then, you know, they're still blamed for cases, even though there's little to no data tracing that to them. So I think that's very unfair. So I would just ask you to please look at the data, look at common sense, and, you know, if anything, please stop the charade once the money runs dry, because I don't see any reason logically why this is continuing, if not for you all to get some money. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to the callers who did not respond when we called on them a minute ago. So we have 6811. 6811, please press *6 if you would like to address the board.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, supervisors, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Clara O'Clyon, and I'm a small business owner in North County, and I own the Rush Coffee. My husband and I started our business in 2017 and with our very first coffee truck. And up until 2020, we were able to successfully grow our business into 3 coffee trucks operating countywide. We've pumped all of our savings and our 401ks from all of our previous work into this business, and we were looking towards 2020 as the year where we could double our sales and start our franchise model. Obviously, in March, COVID happened and we shut down for a few months. We had cancellation after cancellation from all of our customers of events and catering, and we had to let most of our staff go. In June, we started building back up again, and month after month, we were busier than the month before. October surprised us with higher sales than we expected, and this month, December, was going to be our best month since the COVID shutdowns. Then this new order came, and we started to get those cancellation emails again from our customers. And as a mobile coffee truck, we're always considered takeout, so we can always work, but our customers are the ones that are shutting down. And so that impacts us, obviously. Now, we're not unique in this. All small businesses are facing this issue. You've heard comment after comment about small businesses that are suffering. And as a small business, you know, we follow the rules, and whether we like them or not, we do what we're supposed to do and what we're told to do so we can keep people safe, so we can keep working, because this is our kids' college fund. This is our retirement. This is our only source of income. And it's a little hard right now because we try so hard to keep people safe, but we keep getting pushed down and we keep getting asked to close and we keep losing money while big business continues to thrive. And so I asked the board these questions. Where does San Diego draw the line with Sacramento? When do we stop doing what we're told and instead do what works for our region? The healthy majority is being pushed down in order to protect the at-risk few. So when we do finally take a stand, when do we finally take a stand and say, no more, we can do it. We can open our businesses and our schools and at the same time protect the most at-risk population.
Thank you.
We rely on the Board of Soups to be our voice. So when does the supervisor stand up for the personal health freedoms, for our business freedoms to work, to operate, and to make a living to support our families?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7,000. 7,000.
Hello, this is Patty Mason. I'm the CEO of UC San Diego Health System. And I want to start by first expressing my deep gratitude to county leadership, to the Board of Supervisors, and to our Public Health Officer, Dr. Wilma Wooten, as well as my colleagues in the other health systems. We are all working hard together and in a very collaborative way to manage through this pandemic. I just want to share a couple of perspectives. First of all, it's been 307 days, and I know the exact day because I haven't taken a day off since this happened, that we accepted our first patient into the region that had COVID. 307 days, but as we look forward, there's light at the end of the tunnel. In the summer, we didn't know, are we in the 3rd inning or the 5th inning? Today, we have some window and we have some hope. We really just need to get through the next couple of months. The vaccine is coming. Healthcare workers should begin to get vaccinated in the next several weeks, and that vaccine will get expanded out. So we really just need to buckle in and get through the next several weeks. Secondly, today at UC San Diego Health, I have 106% usage of our critical care beds. We have no critical care beds available right now. We have 4 critical care patients waiting in the emergency room. We have 2 transplants that came in last night that need life-saving surgery. This is not just about people who have COVID, it's about our entire region and the need for critical care services, whether you have COVID or you have a heart attack or you need a liver transplant. And so trying to balance these issues, I think, is really important to understand that we have room to take the transplants that come in. I heard the marks. So again, just deep gratitude for all that you're doing to the County Board of Supervisors and our public health officers.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9842. 9842.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. I am Paul Hedgie, CEO of the San Diego County Medical Society, representing over 4,600 practicing physicians, trainees, and retirees across specialties and modalities of practice. I call today and thank county leadership for embracing the increased protective practices needed during this current surge in our outbreak. We recognize how difficult this is, but like an engine pushed into the red, our health system is running beyond optimal conditions already and at threat of breaking. Remember what happened in Italy earlier this year and then in New York in the spring. We need to avoid that at all costs. Talk to people working on the front lines. They've been performing at heightened levels for 9 months now with complicated safety procedures and PPE requirements. The human cost has been overwhelming, preventing families from joining with their loved ones and sharing the historic loss of life. Care for COVID patients has improved dramatically. We have much higher survivability rates than early days, lower rates of severe illness, and shorter hospital stays. But infection has spread rampantly, dating back to Halloween. We collectively need to beat down the infection and hospitalization curve once again, and that requires limited contact as much as humanly possible. As we have in the past, as we have seen in other countries, a stay-at-home order can have a real impact on the infection spread, bring stability to our healthcare systems so we can debate again what best ways to open safely back up. So again, I want to thank county leadership for embracing these difficult policies. I urge you and all of our government agencies to continue taking actions to support our businesses and individuals and encourage all to be safe during these challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the final call for speaker 7978. 7978, please press *6 now if you'd like to address the board. If not, then that concludes public testimony on this item. Chairman Cox.
Thank you very much. I know there was a couple of questions that were raised by the speakers, and I don't know whether staff is in a position to respond to any of those questions.
Supervisor or Chairman Cox, the only one that I remember that I'd like to respond to now is the comment about the decrease in 200 beds. Staff has checked on that, and that is not accurate.
Okay. Anything else? All right, let's go ahead and go into board discussion. We do have a motion by Supervisor Fletcher, but let me ask if there's any general comments before we get into the actual motions or questions. Supervisor Desmond?
Well, I was going to put a substitute motion out there, but if you want to just go into comments, that's fine. All right, let me do it this way here. You know, I agree. We do have to buckle down. We do have to go to the mask restrictions. We do have to do the social distancing and the hand washing and the working from home as much as we can. And our hospital bed usage and ICU bed usage is going up. I've always been an advocate for doing all of the safety protocols that are out there. I've been very critical, though, of the governor in Sacramento. And as you heard from many of the callers today, unfortunately, I think, the moving of the goalposts, the governor's own actions of going out to dinners, not offering businesses the equal opportunity to open up safely, and then just recently shuttering and closing down businesses that were opening up safely. I think, unfortunately, what this has really caused is more, in part of the reason, for the increased cases, is these missteps have caused an atmosphere of apathy and complacency. You're seeing a lot of people calling in saying they want to defy what the governor is doing, or they're not willing to, or they just can't, they can't shut down their business again, and how many of them are backed into a corner. And I think it's primarily because of the governor with the you heard about the regions and how they're being unsafely or unfairly being apportioned out there. Southern California having over 60% of the population. The fact that, there's been no direct link between the businesses that have shut down and the increased numbers. Even when Dr. Galley has been asked at the state what's causing all of these outbreaks, He says it's just out there. It really isn't linked to the restaurants or businesses or churches. So, because of that, I think we've unfortunately gone into like I said, an atmosphere of apathy and complacency. And I think that's what's hurting us. We do need to buckle down, San Diego County. We do need to follow the health order restrictions and follow those protocols. So I'd like to make a substitute motion to the current motion to, first of all, accept the 3 recommendations by the Chief Administrative Officer, to accept those. To also accept the language that Supervisor Fletcher had put in there about extending the small business stimulus grant programs. And I just want to make sure that includes the salons and barbershops and wineries and breweries. I think it does, but I was told I had to specifically say salon and barbershops because there are 2 different items. So the motion would, pretty much the same as what it is now, but I'd like to add 2 other additional items to it. And that would be to take any of the excess dollars from the Great Plates program that is not spent or used at the Great Plates program, and to put that in towards to the San Diego Food Bank. And then lastly, I'd also like to add to the motion, while I've been a major, this doesn't have to be the motion itself, but I've been a major advocate for trying to keep businesses open. And I know some of my colleagues have very different opinions, and that's understandable. However, I'm hoping that we can come together for our kids and our children. There have been huge impacts on their lives and education over the past 8 months. Thousands still haven't been able to get into a classroom. And despite the science pointing to the contrary, the governor decided to close playgrounds during with the new lockdown orders. And I think this is completely uncalled for and greatly affects the families across San Diego County. So, in addition to Supervisor Fletcher's item, adding the 100,000 excess, or the excess dollars going to the food banks, I'd like to also add an item to make a motion that county staff not enforce the closures of playgrounds.
I much prefer the substitute motion. It's more comprehensive. So if possible, procedurally, I'd like to remove my second and put it on the substitute motion.
Okay, we do have a substitute motion, which would include the Chief Administrative Officer's recommendations. It would include the item that Supervisor Fletcher brought forward in regards to extending the business stimulus funding to all businesses that have been impacted, and then the additional comments that have been made by Vice Chairman Desmond in regards to the playgrounds and the residual funds from the Great Plates program going to the San Diego Food Bank. Is there further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Jacob.
Yeah, there's redundancy. We already voted if there's any excess money left over from the Great Plates program, that will go to the food bank. So that doesn't need to be a part of the motion. And I'm not clear on the playgrounds. My feeling is, and the reason I asked the questions about outdoor versus indoor, meaning outdoor activities that were allowed under the public health order, under the governor's orders. To me, that's important. Unfortunately, we don't have any evidence whether or not the cases, the spread is with the outdoor activities that was also under the health orders. My feeling would be, my gut reaction to that is that if I had the authority to do it, which we don't, I would tend to leave those outdoor activities open, including the outdoor dining. Places I've been, I don't see that there's an issue there. There's other outdoor activities occurring in backyards, other outdoor activities that are occurring in other places that are not under the prior health order, I think are causing the problem. But it gets back to, I think, what is a basic principle, and that is the principle of fairness. And in order to have fair health orders, which we don't have the ability to implement, unfortunately, but in the issue, if we were to try to separate and distinguish exactly where the problems are, then I could think that we could come up with a better recommendation to the governor as to what should be open, what should be shut. Now, I know I'm just talking, but this is how I feel about it. And I would hope in the future that we could at least identify where exactly where the cases are coming from. And again, the outdoor activities I think are extremely important. I think the playground activities are extremely important. Okay, so back to the motion then that's on the floor. On the playground activity, is the motion to ask the governor to allow the playground activities, or are we just gonna adopt a motion or vote on a motion to defy the governor's orders?
Well, the motion is to ask county staff, that doesn't include the sheriffs, to ask the county staff not to enforce the closure of the playgrounds.
So basically, that portion of your motion is defying the state orders. Is that correct? To defy it?
Just asking county staff not to do that. The sheriff may or may not, as part of the county health order, that's how it's stated, that the sheriff may enforce these. I'm just asking the county staff, not primarily our code enforcement and parks department, not enforce closures of the playgrounds.
Which, again, isn't that a violation of the state order?
I guess you'd have to ask Tom Montgomery that.
Yes, that would be a violation of the state order. The state has specifically ordered that all indoor and outdoor playgrounds be closed, which we have interpreted to mean the apparatus. The area is fine, but we've interpreted it to mean the apparatus needs to be closed.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Supervisor Jenkins.
Well, just to finish up, Jim, as much as I would like to see the playgrounds opened up and some of the other outdoor activities that were under the prior health order allowed, including outdoor dining, I think it would be irresponsible of us as a public official to defy the state orders. Whether we like them or not, that's what exists. Defying those state orders not only do I think is irresponsible, but also puts in a position of civil disobedience. And if we were to go down that path of civil disobedience, then I think we need to be prepared for the consequences of doing that. I don't necessarily disagree with what you're trying to do, but it's how you're going about it. And that's where I am. And the last thing I would say is this: whether people in this region like it or not, the problem rests with each and every person. If each and every person, particularly those under the age of 50, would simply had worn the mask, social distance, do the washing of the hand, do all of what everybody knows they should be doing, instead of saying, under the Constitution, we have the freedom to do this, this, and this. Well, I hate to tell you folks that are saying under the Constitution, we have these freedoms, but also under the Constitution, we have freedoms, and along with freedom becomes responsibility. And to be responsible means, in this case, to do the right thing for the public health of the people in this county. Just wear the damn mask. It's that simple. And if every person in the region had been doing that and had been obeying the orders over the past, we would not be in the situation that we're in today. So I hear speaker after speaker blaming some of us as board members, blaming the public health officer, blaming the governor, blaming the state, and there's enough blame to go around. But look in the mirror, because in the end, it's each and every one of us that has the responsibility to do the right thing. And those particularly under 50, and those are the numbers, have not been doing the right thing. That's why we're here today. So I'm not going to support the motion as it is. I would support the original motion. And if you want to go back, I'll second the original motion.
Okay, Supervisor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Look, people are frustrated. I get that. This has been an incredibly difficult year. It's an incredibly difficult situation. It is frustrating when things change, but it's also frustrating when the spread of the virus changes. When the spread of the virus, when we go from 200 cases a day to 2,000 cases a day, well, then that requires that we have to change what we're doing. Clearly, what we're doing is not working. You know, I hear a lot of folks say, well, we don't know that the things that are being put in place now will work, but they're essentially the same things that were put in place in July. When we had a massive spike, we did very similar measures. Maybe it was magic, but the numbers came down. At the outset of this, we had concern of massive spread. We did essentially the same thing. Maybe it was magic, or maybe it worked. And in no way is it discounting the negative harm. There's no doubt that there are negative implications because of what we're doing. And it's really hard to say that if we don't do the things we're doing, the negative impacts would be far greater. But we know that that is the case. We've seen our hospitalization numbers quadruple. And if you overwhelm your ICU capacity, and it's not just the number on a chart, the real question is, what is staff?
How'd you get that high?
I won the other day.
Hey, Greg, you want to mute? The real question is, what is staffed and available, not what is on a chart that might be there. And so we're forced to make incredibly difficult decisions in an effort to do less harm, in an effort to try and guide us through this unprecedented situation as difficult as possible. And, you know, no order is perfect. We can always say, well, we should do this, or we should do that, or we should go here, or we should go there. And a lot of those points are valid and fair. But I think that as a region, we're trying to get through this as best we can. And let's be clear, the fight that we have right now is the hardest fight. It is the most difficult fight because the exponential rise in cases is far greater than anything that we've seen before. And because there's a significant percentage of the population that just doesn't believe COVID's real at all. There's people out there that have been convinced that masks contribute to the spread, that this is all a hoax, that it's all not real. And so we do have a lot of folks that aren't going to follow the orders, even though the basic things around wearing a mask, like Supervisor Jacob said, are just a simple act that each and every one of us can do to protect and save someone else's life. And the closures are difficult, and we push as hard as we can to get funding and money and assistance. And I think federal help is right around the corner. But we have to see this through. As challenging as it is, as imperfect as it is, as frustrating as it is, we have to see this through. We have to knock this thing back one more time, prepare for the vaccine distribution, and begin to come out of this. And we can't complain that the public is not following the public health orders and defying them, and then propose as a board that we defy the public health orders. You know, we don't get to pick and choose. If someone doesn't like the governor's order, then put your name on the ballot and run for governor. And then you can make that decision, but we don't get to pick and choose. I think playgrounds should be open. I agree with that sentiment. I have expressed that to the state. I understand the concern about people mixing and spreading, but I think that that is something that is, you know, relatively safe and vital and should be done. But I'm not going to say that just because it's something that I may not like, we're going to just ignore it and defy it. And our sheriff has taken a lot of grief for saying, I'm going to enforce the law. The public health orders have the impact of law. The courts have upheld that. It is greatly distressing to watch sheriffs around California say, well, I'm the sheriff. I will decide what laws I want to enforce and which ones I don't. It doesn't work that way. That's not the way the rule of law and the system of law works. And so I am more than happy to support the recommendations that are made in the COVID update to expand the eligibility for the assistance programs we've put on the table in order to do that and have us move forward in trying to get this done. But I concur with Supervisor Jacob's concern. that we just can't decide, well, we're going to defy this one that we don't like, and we're going to direct county staff to violate state law and guidance. And so, you know, I think, again, we have a very challenging situation, very difficult. A lot of people are being impacted. We're doing the best we can to limit the damage and limit the harm and get us through this as best we can.
Thank you, Supervisor. I find myself in the position where I'm certainly sympathetic to what Supervisor Desmond has said in his motion, but I can't support it in the way that it's worded now. As been pointed out by a couple of my colleagues, you know, we are, as counties, creatures of the state of California. We can't pick and choose which laws we want to abide by or enforce. And as much as I disagree with portions of what the governor has done in his blueprint for reopening, I don't find myself in a position where I can support, basically openly define what has been laid out by the governor and by his staff. We all know that we're in a crisis situation. We all know the numbers. It's bad, and it's going to get worse, and it's probably going to get much worse before the first of the year. So I'd like to ask Vice Chairman Desmond if he would modify that portion of his motion dealing with the non-enforcement of the playgrounds to, and I realize it probably won't get much focus, but I'd like to suggest that maybe we write a letter to the governor expressing our concerns in regards to the playground issue and ask him to reconsider the ability for counties to reopen up playgrounds, apparatus and playgrounds, because playgrounds, the parks are open even with the current order. So let me ask Supervisor Desmond if he'd like to save us all a lot of time and modify his motion to that effect, or whether we should just go ahead and vote on the motion in front of us.
Before I answer that, a clarification because of something Supervisor Jacob brought up on the food bank. When I asked the question of Mr. Peace, and I'm not blaming Andy on anything, about the food bank, the excess dollars from the Great Plates program, I understood his answers to say, well, that money could go to the food banks. But so I wasn't in Supervisor Jacob, you said, well, that's already happening. So I guess I'm trying to get clarification from staff if that money is going to go to the food bank, or if we have to make a decision on that today.
So Supervisor Desmond, this is Andy, you can blame me. I think based on my understanding, a prior board action and direction is if there's any savings in the Great Plates program, it is to go to the food bank. So at this point, we're estimating $100,000. We'll monitor that for the next coming days, and whatever those savings will be, we will, it'd be my intent to direct that over to the food bank based on prior board action.
Okay, well, okay, so that is not necessary then to have in as part of the motion. It's my understanding that's going to happen anyway. Supervisor Cox, I appreciate everyone's comments and input on this, but I'm going to keep the motion in place. The only thing I'll remove is the food bank portion. I still think, this is for our kids, and the kids, have a much better tolerance towards this, towards a virus. And I would like to say, I didn't say earlier, but the staff has done a great and fantastic job. I noticed the people testing positive that's age 70 and older is like below 7%. So fantastic. Thank you so very much for that. But no, I'm going to leave my motion on the floor that to have for the county staff not to enforce the closures of playgrounds. I think this is very important to our community, to our kids, and for us to do that. So I know it's like we take one vote and vote it up or down, and then you can go to the next one, or the original.
Okay.
And Chairman, if I could say a couple words, please.
Sure, go ahead, Supervisor Gasper.
Well, for many in our community, and you heard from some today, there is no light at the end of the tunnel. And as a business owner and as a mom of 3 young kids, I share with them that I don't see that light at the end of the tunnel. We're past the point of frustrated. It is absolutely devastating across the board what is happening, the impacts not only of the virus itself, but the impacts of the response to the virus. And it's much easier said than done when you can stay at home, you can receive a paycheck no matter what. But most people aren't in that situation. And it's the impact to the hospital system. It must be noted that people are also there because of the harm created from the pandemic response. The severe physical health, mental health, social, spiritual harm that's being created to our citizenry is significant, and we can't talk about it enough. When it comes to our kids, it's entirely irresponsible for us as elected leaders to ignore what's happening to our kids. I have 3 examples at home. 3 kids that I look at every day with the understanding that there's so much harm being done across the board to all of our kids, no matter how much you step in and intervene as a parent. Most of these kids are not in school at all. My kids are not in school. There's a significant socioeconomic divide. It's being strengthened through this pandemic. You know, those parents who can come in and support their kids through interventions, tutoring, that sort of thing right now, they're doing it. But there are so many people that would not be in this circumstance, myself included, as a young person. It is disgusting to me to hear these stories from other parents. They're 10, 11, 12-year-old kids attempting suicide, committing suicide. Even worse, right here in our own backyard. We don't want to talk about it because it's so ugly. A doubling of human trafficking in our community, that is entirely unacceptable. Kids sitting in front of devices every day, I would put those kids out on the playground in a heartbeat to get them off the very devices where they're being lured into human trafficking, or they're being bullied by their classmates in a virtual space. I'd love for them to be outside on the slide. I'll take my chances. I'll take my risk any day of the week for that. These kids need to move. They've had everything taken from them. And it's been a really long time. You know, 300 something days, these kids have been locked up in their rooms on Zoom for the most part, for all of them. Let's talk about the San Diegans who are also clogging the emergency rooms. These are our San Diegans. I work a lot with the recovery community. These are people who are struggling to maintain their sobriety. They can't because they've been isolated, and that's the opposite. It's contrary to what you need if you're battling with substance use disorder. They can't go to their meetings. They can't be in those social settings. And unfortunately, it's taking its toll. Unacceptable to have 3 San Diegans overdosing a day right in our community. Nobody wants to talk about those deaths. Again, it's an ugly issue, but for many of these people, they turn to opioids because they're dealing with stress. They're looking for a coping mechanism. They've lost their job. They've lost everything that they've built over the last 307 or so days. A 600% increase in severe depression should alarm all of us, because that's going to quickly translate into other harm being done to our citizenry. These are the people who are also in our hospitals this time of year. And of course, you have the COVID-19 cases on top of that. But when you start talking about overflow in our hospital system, it would be great to start managing some of the mental health and wellness, the physical health and wellness of our citizenry. So, you know what? I'm going to take my chances with a playground. I do think that the outdoor settings would be really helpful too, because employment opportunities, critical. For parents that are looking to put food on the table, it should alarm us all to have 1 million San Diegans in safety net programs. This is devastating. It's not frustrating. And so thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for allowing that very small opportunity for our kids. As a parent, I simply cannot support not increasing opportunities for these kids. Watching them being destroyed at home just is entirely unacceptable. Thanks.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, would the clerk go ahead and call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
No.
Supervisor Jacob?
Nope.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, no.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Yes.
Chairman Cox, that motion fails with Supervisor Gaspar and Vice Chairman Desmond voting aye, all other supervisors being present and voting no.
Okay, since that was a substitute motion, we do have the motion that Supervisor Fletcher originally made. I would note that Supervisor Gaspar had indicated a second for that. She had indicated she wanted to withdraw her second. Is that still the case, Supervisor Gaspar?
Well, something's better than nothing, so I'll keep the second in place.
Okay, and let me just clarify that it also, the motion includes the recommendations under the Chief Administrative Officer, which is to receive an update on the COVID-19 response and ratify all actions taken by the Chief Administrative Officer, Public Health Officer, Director, Department of Purchasing and Contracting, Director, Department of General Services in response to the local health emergency and local emergency. Is that correct, Mr. Fletcher? That's included?
That is correct.
Okay, and Supervisor Gaspar, you agree with that?
I do.
Okay, any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is Helen. Because I'm hearing from all of you that playgrounds are a concern that you have, I might suggest that we reach out to our hospital CEOs and let them know and see if they would be willing to sign on to a letter that we could draft and send up to the governor. I know we have sent letters in the past, but maybe if we had support from the hospital CEOs on the playground piece of that, maybe that would have an impact. So we would be willing to do that if that would be something that you all would appreciate and endorse.
I would think that's something that would be appreciated by all of us, but let me ask my colleagues if they have any exception to that.
If someone wants to reach out to the hospital CEOs and get a letter, they can do that. I don't think that needs to be a vote of the board.
Yes, and thank you, Helen.
Second.
Okay.
That's great. It's a slide we're talking about. I think that's fantastic.
Okay. So we do have a motion before us. If there's no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
I do have one additional comment I wanted to make. And I think it's lacking in a lot of our conversations that we've had today in our prior conversations on this issue. But to me, we should always be thinking and keeping in mind those nurses, those doctors, those frontline health workers that have been working over 300 days are totally exhausted at this point, tending to the COVID patients in the ICU rooms and also in the hospitals. And let's keep our eye on the ball here. Those are the people who are suffering the most in our community. And only to walk in the shoes of one of those, and I've talked personally to several of them, and I would hope, as we talk about all of the unfairness, the constitutionality or not, and the businesses, playgrounds, outdoor, while I agree with a lot of the outdoor facilities that should be open, they're not. Let's just keep in mind each and every day, and I pray for those healthcare workers because they're the ones that are there saving people's lives. I had to say that, Mr. Chairman, because I don't think it's said enough. We heard from the medical community. We heard from Patty Mason at UCSD, what's going on there. So with that, I will vote aye on the motion.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potter. And again, I think all of us would echo the comments that Supervisor Jake had made. We have some tremendous heroes in this county, and a lot of them, I mean, the real heroes in all of this are the doctors and the nurses and all the support staff at our hospitals that are tending to the needs of, unfortunately, those people that find themselves either at the hospital because of COVID-19 or in ICU beds because of COVID-19. Okay, we're going to take a break now until 1:45. We will come back and pick up the remaining items on our agenda, which is items 7, 8, 14, and 13. Again, we'll break from now until 1:45, and then we will reconvene at 1:45. Meeting is recessed.